Day 2 of the Walmart Joe Martin stage race as we head to just outside of virtual Fayetteville, Arkansas for the Mount Sequoia Road Race. A much different day than what riders saw on stage 1 with the relatively short 10 to 12 minute Devil's Den time trial effort. Today, the better part of 2 hours for riders conquering the Mount Sequoia Road Race as they conquer the beautiful roads outside of Fayetteville before returning back to virtual downtown Fayetteville tomorrow for the Experience Fayetteville Criterium, the third and final stage of the virtual Walmart Joe Martin stage race. Part of the Echelon Racing League as we continue the racing. Ellen Noble here with Brad Soner after, again, a short time trial yesterday. Looking forward to some big action out there today in some big wattage. That'll be the name of the game, and you see the riders getting warmed up and ready to roll here in the SIS Zoom room. Ellen, I can't express enough how different today is going to be from what we saw yesterday. A 10-minute time trial versus a 2-minute climbing road race. As an athlete, take me through how tough it is to prepare for such vastly different courses.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like yesterday was a very different type of racing than we're going to see today. But I think a lot of these riders are probably going to use yesterday as an opener to help them prepare for some of the shorter efforts that are going to make up a much longer race.
Let's talk a little bit about the time trial yesterday very quickly. The Devil's Den time trial with about, we said 10 to 12 minutes. The fast time yesterday was set by Zach Nair of Project Echelon. Did a 9:01 on this short time trial course, but it's uphill most of the way. The first about 80% of this course has riders climbing before it flattened out just a bit at the top. Most of the times that we saw well outside of that sort of 10-minute cutoff. So you either loved it yesterday or you didn't. There's not a whole lot of in between for an uphill time trial like we saw yesterday. So a lot of riders, I think, are going to be looking forward to getting away from that yesterday and getting into some more familiar racing today. Nair starts the day at 9:01 on GC. Next behind him is Luca Versli in second at 9:08. And Simon Walter going to be looking to bring back some time at 9:32 on the GC. We are working on a time-based system here at the Walmart Joe Martin stage race. So riders going to have to look for some big opportunities, to try to move up and catch Zach Nair out there. So let's take a look at the Mount Sequoia course today. Ellen, if you're looking for places to get away, you're looking for places to gain time, where do you do it on a day like today?
Yeah, I think you're going to have to really just play it by feel. It can, the best laid plans don't always come to fruition, so going to want to wait until it looks like the group is struggling a little bit. Maybe there's a little bit of a lull, perhaps as a counterattack on a tough course like today could end up being successful.
You see the last little finishing kick. That is maybe the difference maker on a day like today. That's where it looks like about 9 seconds to me, if you ask. But the problem is you're going to have to contend with guys like Zach Nair, who are obviously very good on the climb. So see the max gradient at 10%. That does come right at the end. You see those red sections of the VeloViewer profile in the background. So even though it's only 45 miles, we are expecting this to take the better part of 2 hours. Last year's winning time, just under 2. So it'll be a long day in the saddle on the trainer for these riders out there today. All right, final warm-ups underway, and before we begin, we have a few special words from our In Real Life race director, Bruce Dunn.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'm sure it was a tough Friday evening, but hopefully you've had a little chance to rest, and now Saturday morning for one of the more iconic uphill finishes in the 46 years of the Walmart Joe Martin stage race. It's the Mount Sequoia uphill finish road race. And for those of you that first year we added this race in, I think everybody was surprised at almost 20% grade with 3 kilometers to go. And so a lot of racing happened, and there were a lot of people that were going back and forth, serpentining just to make it up the final climb. But this is going to be a great race. A lot of challenges out on the course, a lot of dynamics. Certainly some wind can be out there, but in the past, the finish, that's what it's all about. Day 2, and we look forward to seeing you at the finish.
All right, and they have just left the starting line underway in stage 2 of the virtual Walmart Joe Martin stage race. Expecting to see this group stay together for most of the beginning portion of this. If we kind of look back at how a lot of these longer road races have gone, usually the splits don't come until later. There's kind of a selection that's made. In general, you'll more see riders getting kicked out the back than you see riders establishing moves off the front. There will be a few. There'll be some intrepid attackers early on here in the day, but for the most part, I think this one will remain relatively calm for most of the day. That's usually the vibe out on the road, the in real life events, Ellen. Everyone kind of comes to an agreement of like, hey, look, we're in for a long day. There's no need to roll this one too early.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you there. I think a lot of these riders, better part of 2 hours ahead of them. We're seeing Lucas Versley off the front right now, but as we've talked about, one of the big issues, or not issues, but one of the things that you have to be aware of with virtual racing is kind of accidentally pedaling too hard and, establishing a gap even when you don't mean to. So I think this could maybe be a result of that, or as you said, not necessarily seeing a separation off the front so much as already starting to shed riders off the back.
Trademark Luca Versley early attack, though. This guy every weekend is off the front in the first couple kilometers. So everyone's got their style, and the Canadian Versley likes to get the party started early. Got a couple going with him. He's going to need more than this, but this is also one of the strongest guys in this field. In addition to being one of the most aggressive early on, he's got the watts to back it up. So normally you look at moves like this and you're like, yeah, right, buddy, good luck with that. But Versley is the real deal. So this is a move that you certainly have to take seriously.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And for the riders who haven't had maybe a significant enough warm-up yet, that didn't get on their bike prior, or at least long enough prior to this start, they are really going to be paying for that lack of preparation, because Lucas Versley shows up and he said, I have been warming up for a very long time and I think I'm going to make people hurt on the way out of town.
This guy's doing 550 watts while there's still riders in the Porta-John getting to the start line. As you see, he spent what's now going to be coming up on 3 minutes pretty much fully into that red zone. So he's certainly trying to put the hurt on this field. But again, the victims of this are going to be people going out of the back of this group, just like in real life. Once you lose that draft, once you're out of the slipstream of a big group in front of you, it is really hard to go 48 kilometers an hour on your own in RGT. So really important for these guys to just stay in contact with the group. Just hold on.
Yeah, it's almost always easier to just stay on the group, even if it results in a lot of suffering. Of course, most riders not getting dropped on purpose, but if you can help it, if there's anything you can do to stay on this group, it is going to be rewarding. Although there are times where you can get dropped and make it back, you really have to have a very motivated mindset and work very, very, very hard to get back on this group.
See Ian McCarroll up on the front. McCarroll had a good time trial yesterday. Very good intermediate split. Was riding really strong. So looks like he's trying to roll that into the road race today. He's up there with Versley. I love how the game puts them in this very realistic sort of flying V formation. As the drafting takes effect, it moves riders off to the side. But these riders at the back are going to be the ones in danger. But also, if you know what you're doing, these are the riders at the back with getting the biggest draft, because the game is written in a way that sitting at the back of a huge group is going to give you a bigger draft, just like in real life, than sitting in third, fourth, fifth spot up at the front. So if you can do it right and you can prevent any gaps from opening, it's actually the best place to be. All right, so just a small gap up on the front here. Remember, we also have our para and hand cycling races here in the Echelon Racing League. They are just about to get underway. Now, these riders using the Boston Marathon course instead of the Mount Sequoia Road Race course, just easier for the hand and para riders. It's a much more enjoyable course for them to ride, so they use a separate course than we're using today for the pro men and pro women. But a fast start for the hand cyclist. Kavalainen rocketing off the line here. Wow, surprised to see the separation this quickly. This is Polvi trying to get up to Sander Kuman, Mika Art, and Kavalainen up there. Wouldn't be surprised if they came together, though. Same thing here. The drafting, super important in these hand cycles. If you've ever watched any of this racing in real life, you see the bump bars on the back of these bikes, a sort of rolling metal bar in between the two rear wheels, because they get so close together in drafting and are able to ride in such a tight formation. They have these rolling bars on the back so that if the front wheel of the rider behind you makes contact with it, they can continue rolling. So that major drafting advantage also applies in RGT. Obviously, people much smarter than I worked hard to make sure that those were aerodynamically correct. And it's nice to see so many people out here enjoying their adaptive bikes. Sander Kuman here, one of the staples in the Echelon Racing League. No surprise to see him up here. And looks like they got one more with him. These guys are going to form a nice little group up on the front. It's going to take us over to Mika Art up next, working our way down this group. Mika going hard on this one. You can see the effort on his SIS zoom cam.
Brad, I'm speculating. I think that Mika has a hydration pack tube in his mouth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this will be a very common adaptation for hand cycling riders so that they don't have to obviously take the hands off the pedals. Now, I would imagine that requires some adaptation on the trainer level. I guess you can use a bigger reservoir, things like that, that you obviously don't have to carry with you. So wonder if you made any changes for a virtual day, if you go with a bigger bladder or something like that. Got the full ear headphones on too, getting in the zone. That is one nice part about riding on the trainer. You can listen to some music, one thing that you don't have the opportunity to do in an in-real life race. Unless there were pirate DJs out there. Did anyone ever sneak music into the Peloton, Ellen? You ever have any rogue boom boxes show up on anyone's bike?
No, definitely not. The only time that I have experienced anything even close to that were in some of the New England road races that I did, where they would have like a women's 1, 2, 3, 4 field, and maybe even like be combined with some of the amateur men. They were just really rolling everyone off the line at once, and you would see like a very, very brand new rider with headphones in, and eventually someone would tap them on the shoulder and be like, hey, you definitely can't do that.
Oh, that's how you learn. Some people have quite the music setup. We've seen a few pain caves with like big speakers in front of them. Guess might as well go all in. All right, back over to the front of our men's A race. Versli, Nair, Roca, all in a group here. We'll call this 7 clear. Look at the Beast Mode Rose team behind these guys. 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. That is a panic train if I've ever seen one. Looks like all these German guys getting together and saying, we can't let this group up the road go. Yesterday's winner, Zach Nair, is there. GC leader, national champion, Mesa Roca is there. You got to go with this move, Ellen.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And I wonder if this, because we weren't seeing it at the time, I wonder if this is a move so much as just pedaling hard on the front like we saw Luca Versli doing early on. Sometimes there are deliberate moves, and sometimes it's really just, riding your race and starting to see separation.
And meanwhile, Rotter struggling at the back of this group as Versli gets exactly what he wanted today. This is what he was trying to do early on. He was trying to force a selection, force a split. He took this from 60 down to about 20 riders left in contention right now. So mission accomplished. It wasn't a split off the front, but he sure split a lot of riders off the back here.
This is what we call a race of attrition. So not a lot of moves going off the front in the sort of breakaway that we are used to seeing. But when you start to get into these really hard courses with a lot of climbing, with really steep climbing, that's where you're going to see people coming off the back more than you're seeing them go off the front. So these sort of attritional races definitely favor a special breed of riders.
This is a great setup right here to get rid of some of these riders. I'm looking at teammates in this group, trying to see if anyone's got strength in numbers here. Nair, Project Echelon rider, I think is the only Project Echelon jersey in here. Versli from Restart Racing looks to be solo. Got to figure out what these pink and blue jerseys are. 3 of these guys in here. Maybe like a Wahoo LaCole kit. All right, so here's one of the first little kicks on the way up. This is sort of an hors d'oeuvre of what's to come. Use this to open up the legs a little bit, see who's feeling good today. And looks like these guys sending a message on the front. What does it tell you when you see the same names on the front? I mean, are they trying to tell these guys, like, we're the best in this group? And I'm talking about Nair, Versli, Kellison. These guys don't need to be working this hard on the front, but they're trying to do something here.
Yeah, I mean, it's anyone's guess really what they're trying to accomplish. We still have 63K left in this race, so it feels a little early to try to be forcing moves, but it could be riders trying to open up a little bit more. Maybe they didn't wake up feeling amazing after yesterday's short and super intense effort. It could be just kind of maybe being a little bit too antsy. Some of the riders just wanting to go and not really knowing how to rein it in, but really it's maybe too soon to tell exactly what these riders that are consistently at the front right now are trying to accomplish.
So we're going to call this 9 riders clear. Looks like about 50 meters back to Van Haren in 10th and Smart in 11th. So I think we'll call 1 through 9 in a split here. So now we have to start looking at these names with yesterday's GC and see if any of our GC leaders have missed this split. Wilson is there, Walter is there, Verslee is there, Nair is there, Cardine is there. I don't see Chris Wader in this front group, so it looks like Wader has missed the split from yesterday. Smart is at the front of the chasing group behind them. McCarroll's in. Bjorklund is in that chase group behind as well. And then not sure where Persky is. So most of let's say the top 5 have made it into this split. Top 5 results from yesterday's time trial, which is a direct reflection of the current GC. And look at this, splitting again. Kellison finding himself on the wrong side of a split. So now this is going to go 4, then 1 with Kellison and Cardine, Wilson, and Roca getting caught out behind him.
This is definitely threatening for other riders on course, having Zach Nair and Luca Verslee at the front starting to achieve separation. Those are the 2 riders that really had each other close enough that they could either for Zach Nair to further establish his lead in the GC, or for Luca Verslee, it is possible for him to take over the GC based on today, even in a relatively tight race. But the other riders going down to 6th or 7th or 8th place, they're within 45 seconds. So it was going to take a very, very special day and maybe a little bit of luck in order to take back that GC with a 45-second deficit. But yeah, seeing Luca Verslee now on the front, just absolutely continuing to put the power down with Zach Nair chasing. I think it's really going to come down to a battle of these 2 riders today in order, just in terms of taking over that overall.
Nair obviously with the most to lose here. So his back against the ropes, but he does make this split. Boy, Verslee is hitting him hard. And Nair going to patiently make his way back up into this group. But that was the plan for Verslee today. Just see if you can catch Zach Nair off guard. It only takes one of these little kickers, one little roller, where maybe you can get a split that Zach Nair is not a part of. But Nair is such a good, not only rider, but player of the game. We talk about this a lot in the Echelon Racing League. But you got to be good at understanding how RGT works, understanding the dynamics of virtual racing. And Zach Nair, plenty of experience. He's actually the coach of the United States ESports World Championship team. Essentially a director sportif, talking about strategy, tips, helping riders understand platforms if they're coming from different platforms. And then he's also a regular coach as well. He understands power zones and training and the physiology of bike racing. So really perfectly cut out for virtual racing. And looks like so far he's playing the tactics perfectly today. So this is your lead group on the left side of the screen, chasers on the right. And again, there are some top 10 names in this chase group on the right-hand side of your screen that need to make it back here. Unfortunately, it's trending the wrong way for these guys. This gap is now up to 250 meters back. So riders like Brian Kellison, Ian McCarroll here, not looking good for these guys as it stands.
No, it's definitely not. It just feels a bit early for gaps like this to start to be established. It can just make for a very, very long day out there if you're already kind of on the back foot.
Brian Kellison among the group of outcasts trying to chase here. You know it's a big effort when you get out of the saddle. Kellison, you can see, turning a big gear, pushing a lot of power. Part of that is going to be the resistance of the course, but see, he's also patient, waits for the rest of the group. He knows he's going to need all of these guys. If they're going to catch up to that front group, which you know is cooperating, you know is pushing each other, not the time to go solo here. You want to work with these other 3 riders in this group if you've got them as long as you can.
Yeah, and I think you make one really important point there, Brad, is that these riders have to work together because the riders at the front are absolutely working together. So if you want to be able to bring back a gap off the front of this race, you're going to have to outsmart them and outwork them. So this is not the time to start to go, one for all. You need to say all for one, because you really don't want this gap to get any bigger than it is.
And you can tell when riders are cooperating on RGT when you see a small gap open on the front, let off the power a little bit. Just make sure everyone stays in line, stays in the group, just like riding a pace line in real life. If you've ever tried to regulate that, you have to kind of modulate your power based on the response of the rest of the group. If everyone else is getting dropped, you're probably the problem going too hard. So you got to let off on the front a little bit. Wilson and Kellison trying to lift the tempo a little farther back. We see Van Haren in 10th in no man's land. He's got nothing in front of him, 300 meters up to that chase group. And then Brian Hodges and Bjorklund behind him. So here's another group forming. I think Van Haren would be well advised to just let these guys swallow him up, work with this group. And I think that's what he's going to do, as Brian Hodges will lead the way and add one more to his merry band of chasers.
Yeah, definitely smart for Van Haren to let himself be absorbed by this group. To just be sitting and putting the power down in no man's land is such a tough spot to be. You really can just waste so much energy there. So it looks like a good decision on his end to be absorbed by this group, and it looks like everyone's really trying to work together to be brought back at this point.
Brian Hodges, part of that group, former stage winner here in the Echelon Racing League, so that knows a thing or two about riding the front. Looks like he's trying to whip this group into shape right now and get them up to the front group, or at least keep them in contention for a top 10. I guess there is a chance that you can open some time on the Experience Fayetteville Criterium tomorrow, but this is probably your best chance at making up big time on a day like today. Taking a look at a few more riders in this group. Bjorklund checking on the SIS Zoom room. That's me. I'm on TV. Part of this group of chasers. We were just with Brian Hodges and his pain cave. Bjorklund got the gaming PC down there.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what that was. I thought that it might have been a terrarium of sorts, maybe for some lizards.
Yeah.
But now I'm seeing what you're seeing, Brad.
Yeah, I'm going to go with gaming tower. He's running RGT at a full 120 frames per second. I have no idea if that's good or not for RGT. A few riders catching on to the back of this group. That'll be a nice add if you can just get in that draft a little bit. Looks like they'll add Gleason into the group. And then Gross going to try and get in there as well. Oh, wow. Big Group is going to catch these guys. So this will actually be a nice addition. This is reinforcements for these guys. Meyer, Van Haren. Let some of these guys catching on right now do some work up on the front. There's plenty of strong names in this second group catching on. So now these guys up front have a much bigger problem than they did before. 6 guys chasing 4 guys was like, okay, we can do this. This is possible. But now you've got 20 chasing behind you. If they link up and this group works together, theoretically, on paper, they should be significantly faster than those small groups up ahead of them. They've still got 54K to reel those guys back in. So if they play their cards right, the numbers are on their side right now, but we know that doesn't always happen in bike racing.
Yeah, it's really tough to say. I think it's far too soon to tell. Having a big group like this absolutely plays to their advantage, but I think the strongest, most experienced riders are represented in that front break. So the riders that are leading the GC that we've seen really animating the front of all of these races so far this season, those are the riders off the front. So it's a really interesting dynamic. It's our most experienced small group off the front with a slightly less experienced, at least this season, massive group chasing them. So I think that's a very fun sort of dynamic that we have developing here.
Back up to our front group. These guys clearly staying organized here. So gap at 650 meters now. Not making a ton of progress up here. Mason Roca keeping calm. Learned last week, a former professional basketball player. Spent 15 years playing in Italy, I think, for a good portion. Spent a little time in the minors here in the U.S. And now making a virtual career of virtual bike racing. I don't think we're quite to the point where you can make a real career out of virtual racing, but guy's got a lot of NFTs. Let's put it that way.
Yes, I forgot that Mason Roca was our rider that I said was like Winston from New Girl, having played professional basketball.
Exactly.
Overseas. The real Mason Roca mess around.
All right, just under 52K left to go. The number that we're really watching is going to be the distance between the first 8 and the chasers behind them. 690 meters right now, so that's our new benchmark for the chasers. Guys on the right-hand side of your screen trying to bring back that 600-meter gap right now. So easy to look at 600 meters and say, you should be able to make that up, no problem. You can see them. They're right up the road. They're still in sight, but it's so hard to close that gap, especially on a rolling road where you don't have a steady, flat road, and that's exactly what these guys are on right now. Makes it a little tougher to try to bring back a front group. Look at these guys on a full-on pace line over here on the left. The game lining them up, doing 54K an hour right now. A little bit of a downhill. Only a 1% downhill gradient, enough to get them up to a little over 30 miles an hour there for a bit. Looks like some new names making their way towards the front. I saw Bernard Gonçalves, the X-Speed United rider, moving up to take some poles here, but still going the wrong way. This gap up over 1 kilometer now for these guys.
I would say that we are rapidly approaching Jackie Godby territory at the front of this race now.
Not seeing a whole lot of panic from the riders in the second group. I don't see a lot of red or orange power zones, so part of it is these guys looking at this and saying, I still have 50K of racing to go. I can't go into the red zone to try and bridge across to these guys. But you see the difference in the zones that these guys are riding, because these guys in the front group, they are pushing themselves into the orange and red Ceres power zones here. You see Roca spent a little time in the red zone, back to yellow and orange. The, let's say, average power zone in the group behind him was green and blue. I would call these guys average power, a little warmer. A lot of yellows, oranges, and reds in this group.
Yeah, I think, you know, some of our riders are really just happy to be here. They're doing this for the challenge. They want to have something to compete in. So some of these riders, that may be the max that they're able to do out there over the course of 2 hours, with a couple of dips into the orange and red, maybe fiery zones. But I think that the real race at this moment, with about 1 kilometer separating our riders now, is going to be between this front 8, our riders who are able to go deep. A lot of our riders represented at the front of GC.
Well, it's no surprise that so many riders from the top 10 in the time trial yesterday are back in this front group. Clearly, the guys that have the legs coming into a day like today, but I'm impressed to see that the short format time trialists are so confident on the long form road race today. But that's what it takes to be a champion cyclist. At least that's what people have told me, because I've never been a champion cyclist, but I have watched a lot of them.
Yeah, Brad, I would say if watching champion cyclists made you a champion cyclist, you would be the most champion of them all.
Be Olympic world gold medalist. Look at Bernard Gonçalves in this group, the X-Speed United team. One of the more organized programs out there. If these guys have a chance to work together, they will. So looks like this group has come to an agreement at this point that they're going to cruise right around 43 kilometers an hour, somewhere in the 200-watt range. It looks like these guys are just relaxing. Looks like this front group calming down a little bit. A little rain falling on the virtual course today. Now that part doesn't affect the riding. There's no rain or wind coefficient when the weather changes.
You know, I think that's nice. Most riders began riding virtually to get out of the rain, to avoid the bad weather.
Life's not always fair.
Why should they have to deal with? Why should they have to deal with rain in the virtual world?
I'm sure there's a piece of hardware being developed in a lab somewhere right now that will simulate rain if you so choose one day. Not quite out there yet. Technology really is amazing. I had a chance to try one of the smart fans the other day, which I didn't realize how accurate they were. But essentially, the faster you go, the more wind you have on your face, and it is pretty dynamic. I kind of thought it would be in steps, like I would feel it, but it's very smooth. I was very impressed with how accurate it felt having the wind on my face. You can also simulate wind conditions, which why in God's name would you ever want to simulate riding into a 15-mile-an-hour headwind? But somebody out there needs to do some training, like maybe a Project Echelon rider who's getting ready to head to Europe. They've got some of their guys racing in real life over in Europe right now. I guess that'd be a good way to train for some spring, winter European riding.
Yeah, and that is definitely one thing you have to be prepared for when heading over to Europe is going to be those windy, rainy conditions. So anything that we're talking about now facing the riders out on this virtual course is going to be waiting for the riders in real life when they head over to Europe.
Project Echelon squad of Zach Nair being supported by Heinlein, Harden, Bickmore, and Ricky Arnapol on the roster here. But Nair with no teammates in this front group, so he's on his own. The Project Echelon guy is going to have to support from the rear. Roca put some gas on this one.
Well, it looks as though these riders woke up with a lot more energy than I did this morning because they have not relented since the start of this race. 27K in, 44K to go. And it doesn't look like anyone plans on slowing down anytime soon with Mason Roca on the front, and he is starting to put in a little bit of a gap over riders like Zach Nair winning our stage yesterday. Kellison, Walter, those riders struggling to keep the pace a little bit, continuing to keep the theme of this race being one of attrition. So riders really falling off the back rather than being able to go off the front.
Speaking of, this guy right here just put in a big dig on the front. Mason Roca wiping some sweat away from an effort that just spit two more riders out of this group, as looks like Kellison and Walter have been spit out the back. We saw Mason Roca here doing a big effort on the front, and yeah, sure enough, there's a separation. Wilson looks like that walking a tightrope here as well. So that'll take us down to 6 remaining in this front group as Kellison and Walter say goodbye to the group. They already lost a couple of these guys earlier. They chased back on, and now Mason Roca putting the hurt on this group. This guy's not making any friends in the front group today, that's for sure. See the Beast Mode Rose team, one of the more well-organized squads in the ERL. They're one of the few teams that's really able to organize a chase and work together in situations. This is Brian Kellison stuck in the gap here, trying to work together with the Rose Beast Mode breakaway companion here to make it. Kellison streams all of his races. We saw him yesterday hosting what's called the Brian Kellison Show. So he's sharing tips and tricks on virtual racing. If you're looking for some new perspective, you can check out the Brian Kellison Show. His squad made up of 5 total this weekend, the Amalgam squad. And now he's going to drop his chase companion here. It's like Walter getting gapped off a little bit. He said, that's enough for me. But Kellison still within striking distance here. At 70 meters, you are like right in the, it's possible to dig yourself out of this hole. It's not going to be fun, but there is hope. Once you get beyond that, you start to get into 100, 120, 150 meters back. It starts to look a little less likely that you're going to get back in. So I think Kellison was trying to ride with Walter there. He was trying to use one more engine to get back up, and he finally said, look, man, this isn't going to work. You're not pulling your weight. So Kellison has said goodbye, and he is now on his way back up to the front group solo. This guy putting in a big effort right now. He's going to pay for this later, but for now, he's getting himself where he wants to be.
Yeah, and this is really starting to put a little bit of reality to the phrase that my DS taught me many years ago, that you have to be willing to lose the race to win it. So you have to put a lot on the line in order to get any sort of reward. And it looks like he's just, he's risking a lot, but he also has a lot to gain. And at this point, I don't know if you have that much to lose. If you're already kind of on the cusp of being out of contention, sending a big Hail Mary is something that, can definitely pay off.
Dropping back down a little bit to 80 meters back. You can see him up the road. You can see those little black dots just up ahead of him. I'm not sure which view Kellison uses while racing. The riders have access to a few different points of view. We like the sort of hovering drone over the shoulder. Some riders will use the first-person view. Some riders won't even look at the screen. But I'm sure Kellison monitoring the metrics here and certainly seeing all those wheels up the road. Now, you'll be able to tell the upper left corner, it shows how much wattage the rider is saving. So once Kellison gets just barely into that draft, he will know. He'll feel it, but it'll also show on the screen. It's about, 10 meters back maybe you start to pick up a draft, just the tiniest little bit. You don't have to be right on the group to get an advantage, but it's a couple bike lengths, I guess. 2, maybe 3. You would know better than I, Ellen.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, especially how it's going to come into effect on RGT, but right now on screen we're seeing a little bit of that yo-yo effect with Kellison trying to make contact with this group as they are at 11% grade, so very, very steep. You can see all of our riders are in their capacity or their pain zone. So we're going to see the group come a little bit closer together, but then as it starts to spread out again, you can see Kellison is losing a little bit of time. So this is a kind of a tough spot to be in, and you can tell that he is just working so hard in order to try to bring this group back.
All in mash for the cash, baby. Putting in a big effort out of the saddle, makes it to the top, and then this is the worst part. You got to ride through the climb, as they say, as I continue to dish out lines that I picked up with no knowledge of how they actually apply in real life.
You have to ride through the climb, or so I have been told.
Exactly. Kellison's got about 1 more minute left here before I think he's going to have to pull the plug on trying to bridge up here. He might have already done that. He was looking a little cooked after that climb. Keep an eye on the gap. But now remember, this is going to be artificially inflated for Kellison's gap because these guys are already on the downhill while he's still at the top of the hill. So while it shows him at 500 meters back right now, that's not a real accurate gap because these guys got to the descent ahead of him. Roca staying on it on the way down. I love the way this guy rides bikes. I guess kind of like playing basketball. You just got to be aggressive, go deep in the paint while we're tossing out phrases that we don't truly understand. I always thought I'd be a good youth coach. Just yell random phrases at athletes. Post up. Work together. Move up.
Yeah, I mean, I think being a youth coach is similar to being a bike race announcer, especially announcing. You can really just say things that sound good. It does look like Kellison's gap, though a little bit artificially inflated, is still significant. So he was hovering right in the double digits for a while, and now he's solidly in the triple digits, about 300 meters separating him from the front of our race. So this is a tough hand being dealt to Kellison. I don't know if he's going to be able to bridge across, but of course we still have 38K remaining in this race. So it's very hard to say. Anything can happen, and if Brian Kellison's able to get a super strong second wind and feels like chasing again, he may be able to bring them back if, you know, his resurgence is well timed with a bit of a lull or a lag in this group.
Little surprised to see these guys allowing such separation in this group, but I guess when Mason Roca's on the front, you just kind of take what you're given. This group calming down a little bit, doing a paltry 300 watts right now. Restart Racing, the team of Roca and, Versli, sorry. And you can see no teammates for Versli in this group either. I can't tell if Roca is genius or crazy. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think I was about to say something to a very, very similar effect. He just does not want to slow down or take this easy at all. And I think maybe he's kind of hovering on the cusp of genius and crazy, like the best of us.
This guy looks like he's got the upper body strength of the other three riders in this breakaway combined. Maybe an advantage on the trainer, a little stronger core. You can grip and rip those handlebars a little stronger.
Yeah, I fear the day that we get virtual elliptical racing because Mason Roca is going to destroy everyone.
Now Roca going to sit at the back of this group. won't be long before he gets up to the front. Remember, Roca in the upcoming eSports National Championship and World Championship campaign should be riding his way pretty much into perfect form. The National Championships coming up in a few weeks in February. And I'm sure Roca will be looking to defend his Stars and Stripes jersey. February 18th, the eSports World Championships take place. So this is getting into peak training time, or peaking time. How about that for Mason Roca as he targets a mid-February World Championship?
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good point, Brad, is that the proximity to these bigger races, maybe the marquee events of these riders, especially Mason Roca's season, I think that may explain why today's race has been so hard from the get-go. This isn't an early season race where everyone's still taking stock of, the fitness that they have. This is a fitness acquisition mission as much as anything. And so I think Mason Roca, Lucas Versleeve, those riders, Zach Nair, are all trying to win today. They're trying to take over the overall. They want to win the overall here at the Walmart Joe Martin stage race, but they also need to take advantage of every time that they are in a race format for that experience and for that fitness. And we have seen that time and time again in our women's races, with Jacqueline Godby going off the front and never being content with just a little bit of a gap. She's won by I think upwards of 8 kilometers in one race, if I'm not mistaken. And that's because she wants to take advantage of being in that race, but also is still doing a workout and getting in shape for the bigger races to come this season. So there's a lot of different factors at play out there that I think is sort of contributing to the overall ambiance of today's race.
All right, well, this gap starting to even out here at a kilometer plus here. So we'll take a minute to thank some sponsors here from the Echelon Racing League and keep our eye on these two groups. We'll be back with more live racing after this.
Come on, move. Of course, there aren't any spots. A few minutes won't hurt anybody. Thanks, Grandma.
Paralyzed Veterans of America works tirelessly every day to create a more accessible America. Let's leave the accessible spaces to the people who actually need them. Whatever the reason, excuses don't excuse. Join PVA and be part of the solution. Honor the spot.
Welcome back. Little change while we were in break. Looks like Walter has come back together with Kellison here. These were the two guys that separated in the chase effort behind the leader. So this is 7th and 8th place on the road on the right-hand side of your screen, and then 1 through 6 in this front group on the left side. So Kellison, remember, tried to make a heroic bridge effort across. He left Walter behind, and now he's kind of coming crawling back saying, hey there, old friend, remember me? Now Walter gapping Kellison a little bit here. A little taste of his own medicine. This guy's still at, I don't know, 1.3, 1.25 kilometers behind, so it's a lot of work to get up to the front group. Onto an 8% gradient now. Just enough to make it hurt. Looks like McCarroll might be in a little bit of trouble up in the front group. It was 6, but McCarroll has about 300 meters between himself and the other 5. So we did lose one out of this group. And Ian McCarroll is the latest to be in trouble. Let's see if we can go check in with McCarroll here. Yikes. Tough place to be solo here. Doesn't look terrible on the bike, but that doesn't always mean that he doesn't feel terrible. And same thing here. He's still in striking distance, just under 300 meters. You don't need to panic right now, but pretty soon you're going to need to.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. You don't want to panic, but you also can't take it too casually, or else that 300 meters can suddenly become 600 meters or even a kilometer before you know it. So he needs to kind of keep on the pedals, but it's really going to depend what the group in front of him does. If they're taking a little bit of a break, if they're starting to look around at each other, that could be good news for him to be able to catch back on. But otherwise, we could continue to see riders just coming off the back of this lead group.
Well, they're dropping about 1 rider per 10 kilometers. So if that continues, we'll be down to just 2 guys left by the time they get to the line. Never good when you start looking down at the bottom bracket. There are very few times when a rider who's feeling great, there's just something about psychologically looking at you like, what is wrong with you? Why aren't you going faster?
Yeah, you're almost looking down to see if your legs are still there, if they've been replaced by 2 pudding cups.
Gap came down a little bit, got it under 300 meters now. Although there is a little climb up the road here, and that might be why his gap came down. Doing a good job of keeping steady power here. Look at McCarroll's power profile on the right compared to these guys in the group on the left. Now, their average is lower. You can see that little trough of Wilson that we're following right now, but McCarroll steadier, so two different styles of riding here. You can go hard and then go easy, or you can just kind of keep it right in the middle like McCarroll's doing right now. Look at the difference in wattage. McCarroll's got to do 350 to stay in it. These guys with a little draft doing 250, a full 100 watts less, just having one or two neighbors in the group. And this front group splitting again. Copsey and Verslee going clear. Actually turning into really dynamic racing up in this front group. Surprised to see so many splits coming out of here, but looks like Verslee and Copsey trying to say goodbye to Nair and Roca now.
Looks like those riders are coming back so quickly though. Nair and Roca, I was a little bit worried about them, but all of a sudden you can just see Nair's avatar really just powering across that gap. Mason Roca still a little bit farther behind, but I think that this group is just about back together. But one interesting thing is that it looks like Copsey and Roca, neither of them are really within spitting distance of this current GC. So we have two riders vying for the GC, and then I think two riders that are really just in it for the stage win here.
Yeah, Roca had a rough time trial yesterday. Did not go according to plan for him, so he ended up outside the top 10. That means really no shot at GC, but he will be looking for stage wins. Verslee has to come up with a plan to bring back 7 seconds on Zach Nair. How you do that is up to Luca Verslee to figure out, but looks like he's tried a few times to get rid of his Zach Nair problem, but hasn't been successful yet. So maybe just let it play out on the final climb and hope that you can beat him by 7 there.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Verslee has the fitness and the power to go the distance. We've seen him win in one of the previous races this season. He won basically from the gun all the way to the finish. The only rider that was able to even come close to him was Kevin Bouchard-Hall, who's absent today. So I think Verslee is definitely a rider that Nair has to watch out for, of course, not just because he's a mere 7 seconds back, but also because he is one of the riders that I think is most capable of being able to go solo on that final climb.
So it looks like McCarroll going to take him down to 170 meters on the way down. Now, even that'll be a little inflated, so I don't know if we're going to have a good flat section between here and the finish to try to figure out what the accurate gap between these two guys is. Looking at the wattage of these two screens really speaks to the efficiency of being able to ride with a group. Aside from Copsey on the front right now doing 500 watts, you can see McCarroll is pinned just under 400, hovering somewhere between 350, 4. Some of the guys in this group earlier were doing 180, 200 watt averages, being able to sit in. I think that's probably what riders like Mason Roca are trying to get rid of the easy rides for these guys. And it's worked. They went from 8 to 7 to 5. And McCarroll, the latest casualty. So looks like he's trying to split it again. And I see 2 plus 3 right now. Talked about Roca trying to use the opportunity to train as well as race earlier. A lot of riders in this group that are just looking for a good workout. Remember, a lot of riders in this group will be racing other series as well in addition to the Echelon Racing League. See Luca Versli on RGT a lot. Does some other RGT-based series, so one of the more experienced riders on this platform. Kellison and Walter back together in 7th and 8th spot. About a kilometer behind the lead group. So I think these guys, unless they have Brian Hodges behind them 700 meters back, they're probably looking at enjoying the scenery together and then racing it out on the last couple climbs of the day.
Yeah, these two riders are very evenly spaced between Ian McCarroll, 780 meters ahead, and Klevgard, just about 700 meters behind. So they're really in no man's land here.
Still seeing guys in the front group into the red zone. You see on the leaderboard on the left, when those power numbers go into red numbers, that means guys like Luca Versli are doing this on the front on a 4% gradient. Now 7% on the way up. Now Roca at the back might be in a little trouble. There's Versli on the front, the master of sweat management. Looks like he's got the rocker board going too. See a lot of movement in those handlebars that you don't always see on the trainers. That almost definitely means he's got some sort of active system below him.
You know, I've never ridden one of those rocker boards, but I have to imagine it's such an advantage to have something like that in your virtual racing setup. Being able to have just a little bit of movement, especially over the course of these longer 2+ hour races, being able to just move around a little bit. It sort of gives relief to your core, helps you move around a little bit on the saddle. All of those things I think just really help you go the distance in a race like today.
You see our power profile presented by Ceres. They are also manufacturers of some of the top indoor training gear and indoor riding gear, including one of those rocker boards that we were talking about earlier. We had a chance to learn a little bit about the rocker boards from our friend, Dr. Alan Lim.
My name is Dr. Alan Lim. I'm an exercise physiologist, and I've spent most of my career working with professional cyclists. For years, I've been getting riders to ride on static trainers that don't move. But now, with the Infinity technology by Ceres on the MP1 platform, you have fore-aft movement as well as side-to-side movement that ultimately greatly enhances comfort. Every single contact point can move in a more natural way, and over the long haul, what that means is you don't get beat up by your static trainer. With just that little bit of motion, you start to replicate what you feel in the outdoors, and that changes the entire experience. I think that one of the big reasons for that is that we're naturally tuned to want to move. Our vestibular system, when it's activated, ends up, creating, I think, a sense of harmony or joy that just isn't the same when you're not able to move. It's like the difference between a rocking chair versus a static chair. And a lot of it, I think, is about expectation, because when you get it on a bicycle, you expect it to move. And so when you get on the MP1 platform with the Infinity technology, you get that same level of movement. 6 degrees side to side, 9.5 inches fore and aft. And what that does is it creates an experience that is just so much more enjoyable, so much more fun than being on a static trainer. When you look at the design of the MP1 platform, it's not just designed for the H3 trainer by Ceres. It's also designed to be compatible with almost every new smart trainer currently on the market. So if you don't own the H3, but you have your own trainer at home, odds are this will be compatible with the MP1. Another unique feature of the Infinity technology on the Ceres MP1 platform is that it's best in class. You have 6 degrees of side-to-side motion and 9.5 inches of fore-aft motion. That's movement that specifically replicates what you feel outdoors, and there's no other competitor on the market that can simulate that type of movement. It's certainly not the kind of movement that you can get by just putting tennis balls under your trainer. Cycling isn't just about your legs and your lungs. It's also about being able to handle the bicycle, and that takes a lot of control in both your core as well as all of these small stabilizer muscles. On an indoor trainer that is static, you're just not getting any of that specificity. But with the Infinity technology built into the MP1 platform, you are able to use and have to use all of those stabilizers to control the bicycle. The net effect is that not only do you get a workout for your legs and your lungs, but you also get a workout for your core. The Infinity technology built into the MP1 platform creates the best-in-class movement for any trainer system. You've got 6 degrees of side-to-side movement, 9.5 inches of fore-aft movement, and the net result is way more comfort, way more fun, the ability to use your core or stabilize your muscles, and you've got a platform that is compatible with most trainers.
Welcome back. Little change out there on course as we see another split in the front group. This is Mason Roca in the Stars and Stripes jersey on the right-hand side of your screen, with Wilson getting dropped out of the front group. Versli, Kopsy, and Nair have stayed together, but Wilson was the first victim. Roca fell after. And all of a sudden, we got some big names getting split from this group of 5. So we'll call it 3 remaining on the front. Roca very quickly lost 80 to 100 meters here. So this was a catastrophic failure between these two.
Looks like Roca is going to try to come back. You can see him going into that red zone just for a moment, but it's going to be really hard to bring back a hard charging group that's working together as well as Nair, Kopsy, and Versli.
Our crew behind the scenes noticing that Roca dropped out of the SIS Zoom room as well. So that leads me to wonder if maybe he had an internet issue, maybe dropped out for a minute, showed some zero power, and that would have explained the quick drop out of the front group. He's doing the work to get back up there now. And now Roca back in there. So that, yeah, I mean, it made that look pretty effortless to get back into the front group. That doesn't look like a guy who was struggling. Wilson, I do think, is suffering. No excuse for Wilson. I don't think that's an internet issue for him. He has been off the back for a while, but Roca may have even, when we caught up coming out of the break, he may have even been coming up from behind Wilson. I don't know how long that internet outage was, but either way, Roca back in there now.
Losing internet connection is a little bit like if a rider were to misshift, drop their chain, especially it seems like Roca was able to get back pretty quickly. So you'd have to imagine it's as if he misshift, his chain came off the crank and he had to just get off really quickly, put that chain back on, and then start pedaling again. It's a bit of a disadvantage, but if you're a rider as experienced as Mason Roca, you're going to be able to keep a cool head. I think that's the biggest thing, is that bad luck is going to happen to anybody, but it really just depends on how you react to it. That's going to determine the outcome of your day.
I'm sure much like when you have a mechanical in real life, that now hangs in the back of your head of like, what's wrong with my internet though? Is it going to drop out again? Is this an unreliable piece of equipment that I have to worry about now? And I guess the worst part of it, it's totally unpreventable. If you were dropping your chain shifting, you could say, I'm going to stay out of those last two gears. I'm going to keep this right in the middle of the cassette. Make sure I'm not throwing this chain off the back or cross-chaining, anything like that. But when you talk about internet dropouts, there's not much that you can do other than, I guess, ask your neighbor who steals your Wi-Fi to turn off Netflix. Wilson holding steady at 100 meters. She's having a good ride today, despite getting dropped, making the best of a tough situation with a decent average. He's averaging 330, 350 in that range. That's 4.5, somewhere around there, watts per kilo. And that's a pretty serious effort for most riders. So Wilson putting in the work to hold this group at 100 meters up the road.
Yeah, it's easy to look at Wilson getting dropped and, say that he got dropped, he's having a tough day, but he's still in 5th place, and he has McCarroll just 500 meters behind him, and then, of course, 7th through, 10th, 11th, 12th. Over a kilometer back, but Wilson still has a lot to keep riding for. We have just 16K left in this race, so that's going to be under 10 miles, I believe, left on this course. So if he's able to keep that steady power down, which it looks like he does pretty handedly, then he's going to be able to ride across with a 5th place finish today, and that's going to set him up very well for tomorrow's criterium.
A little further back behind Wilson, Ian McCarroll, who has been spending the better part of his day fighting alone in the gap. And then looks like Walter has dropped even further back, the Beast Mode Rose rider, down to 7th behind this man, Ian McCarroll. God, you can see the resistance. The way McCarroll's pedaling right now, you can just see how much that trainer is pushing back. Back to Walter. He's got Kellison 190 meters behind him, so these two guys had been riding together. Kellison left him behind to try to go to the front group. It didn't work out for Kellison, and now he's on the other side of Walter. Here's Kellison. Look at the difference in the power profile here for Kellison. A lot of ups and downs on this one. What's that tell you, Ellen?
You know, partially it can tell you just how a rider is built. Maybe their sort of natural inclination towards being steady or powerful. But I think kind of just looking at context clues, it just looks like Kellison is hurting a little bit. I think he might be paying for that effort that he put down early on trying to get back to the lead group. You know, with these trainers, I believe our riders are going to be having a natural amount of resistance onto the trainer, especially as they get onto any sort of climb. And it kind of looks like Kellison is having a hard time staying on top of the gear. So he's standing up, trying to turn the pedals over a little bit faster, but I just think that he's very close to his limit here.
This is Bernardo Gonçalves, who is leading the way at the front of the chase group. This is the big group that is trying to reel back those leaders up the road. And Bernardo been doing some work up on the front, taking some poles for the X-Speed United team. Got a few teammates in this group. Back to Scott Gleason. And this group trying to chase as well. Gonçalves back on the front. He's, I think, kind of trying to whip this group into shape. You always have a few riders that are never quite happy with how much work everyone's doing. Look at this, got his own team towel hanging on the wall for the No Pins R3R squad.
This is our first time seeing John Cooper in today's race in his SIS Zoom room. He's a partner of a rider we've talked about a bit already, Jackie Godby, but one thing I learned about John Cooper is that he is a MD PhD. So
another dual doctor.
Yes, double doctor.
Torpersky up next from the Beast Mode Rose squad. An almost entirely German team. Nice to have international riders here in the Echelon Racing League. Did not see many of those guys in the evening session yesterday. Most of the European riders opted for the earlier sessions because it was about midnight when we were doing the evening session yesterday in Europe. So they had a morning time trial session for riders like the Rose Beast Mode squad. This is Saad Kerdine, a GC contender, had a okay ride yesterday, but more importantly, he is in the overall series contention inside the top 5. So Kerdine has been super consistent in the Echelon Racing League. week in, week out. And he's going to make the best of this second group today on a 10% gradient right now. Oof. Remember, this group at one point was 30 riders strong. That can't be more than 10 or 15 with a fighting chance up in the front. Christian Klevgaard in this group, the X-Speed United teammate of Gonçalves we saw earlier. Grading up to 14% for these guys now. Liam Bard. Now he's in what they call a garage in the UK. It's very similar to the garages that we have here, but slightly different.
I really like the no pins R3R team decorating program that they clearly have. They have their team towels, they have their virtual racing singlets all set out. Consistent branding across the board, except for Jacob Bjorklund. Oh, that's because I'm looking at a different rider.
Not sure what's going on.
Not on their team.
Moroccan rider, Mohamed El Almani. Alami has also been pretty consistent in the Echelon series. So much of this, Alan, is just being able to show up every weekend, making the time. And it's not one day. Most of the time, you're having to block out Saturday and Sunday, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You got to make time to ride. So just the ability to find 3 hours on a weekend, pretty impressive for our Echelon Racing League returnees.
It is, and the thing with this series too, it's the time, it's the performance, and there's also that big element of luck, being able to show up, be prepared, put all the cards that you have in your favor. So not having a mechanical or a virtual mechanical or a technological mechanical, all of those things going right are what contribute to an overall series performance. So it's so impressive to see these riders that are having successful performances over a series that spans many months.
Look at this effort from Walter here. That looks painful. This is the guy that's been doing this all day. You got to think about Walter has now been at this for an hour 20. Ugh. Painful to watch. As Walter finally makes it up and over, enjoys a little bit of the downhill. Meanwhile, this front group's still all together. Kopsi, Nair, Versli haven't split up. Wilson and Roca at 600 meters back, so that separation is holding. And Roca finds himself outside of Ray Wilson's draft. So Roca might be in trouble here. Getting down to it, 10.5 kilometers to go, just under it. So Roca's going to have to pull a rabbit out of a hat here. This is he is not easily making his way back up to the group now like he did earlier.
Yeah, he could be kind of paying the price now for that effort. It's not to say that he shouldn't have made that effort, because You never want to miss your chance to get back onto a group, but there can be a little bit of almost adrenaline that happens when you're coming back after a mechanical or a technological mechanical that allows you to maybe overexert yourself a little bit. And it's possible now that Mason Roca is sort of paying the price for writing that check just a few minutes ago.
Going to get into Ray Wilson's draft here. On the climb, though, so probably no point to make the pass yet. Unless Wilson lets off so much that Roca's got to get by him. So maybe Roca just sits in here, rest up a little bit, and then try and make one last push across what is now a 730-meter gap up to the leaders. But here we go. We'll see if Mason Roca can do it over the next 8.5 kilometers, trying to catch up to these 3 that left him behind.
This is a great ride by Copsey. He is, as far as I can tell, not in contention for the overall for our Grand GC. So he really has a lot to gain and not a ton to lose. He doesn't have that time gap in his head the way that Nair and Verslee do. So he has a little bit more room to play with. I think he might be the rider that it has the most risk to take out there.
Roca got to be looking forward to the crit tomorrow. That hour-long effort with a bunch of big intervals right up his alley. So I wonder if he's thinking about tomorrow's Experience of Fayetteville criterium as well. It's another part of a stage race that you have to take into account. It's not just today. It's the time trial yesterday, the criterium tomorrow. So if you don't have it and you think you're going to need that tomorrow, you would be better advised to just keep it in the tank and go for a win on the crit stage. So Verslee, after all this work, has taken right around 70 riders down to 3 on the front, and there's only 1 that he needs to worry about. That's the American Zach Nair sitting on the back of this group, 7 seconds ahead of Luca Verslee in the current GC here. So even if Verslee can try and take a few seconds out of Zach Nair today, that at least gets him a little closer tomorrow. But finishing in the group ain't going to do it. He's not going to bring back 7 seconds in the crit tomorrow. He may be able to get 2 or 3 if you can make a last lap break, get a late split, catch Zach Nair off guard in the crit. But for the most part, 7 seconds is a big stretch to bring back in a criterium. So Verslee has to do it today. He's got to beat Zach Nair by at least a few seconds.
Yeah, and one challenging part of this type of racing that does differ from in real life stage racing is that there are no time bonuses. So that is usually where riders, if we're using the Tour de France, for example, that's where those riders are able to get those small bits of advantages that if you win a stage, you get a couple of seconds of advantage. So even if it comes down to a sprint, you still are able to chip away at that gap. But in this Echelon Racing League, there are no time bonuses. So if Nair and Verslee sprint to the line and they get the same time, then there's really no advantage to winning or losing when it comes to that overall time gap.
It's one of the reasons the in real life Joe Martin stage race is so exciting every year. It always ends with a criterium on Sunday, and for the most part, the GC is usually within striking distance with plenty of time bonuses, and so that makes the GC battle interesting all the way down to the last day. It's what makes Joe Martin stage race one of the more fun races every year. There's something about the course that after 4 days of racing, it's just separated enough that you've got leaders and chasers, but at the same time, it can all come down to that last day. So certainly worth the trip. If you haven't been to Fayetteville yet as a cycling fan, a bike rider, bike racing fan, got to check it out. It is truly the new mecca of American cycling, turning into almost a year-long Woodstock celebrating bikes out there.
We are now just over 5K to the finish. Looking at Copsey, he has a bit to gain because he doesn't have to worry about the overall. He's not inside the top 10, so he can really risk it all for the win. Looking at Verslee, he, I think, is going to need to take a bit of a chance here and hope to be able to drop Zach Nair if he wants to be able to put even just a couple of seconds towards that overall. The only rider that I think really doesn't have the responsibility of attacking is going to be Nair. He's in the lead. He has 7 or 8 seconds over Verslee. So I think that he's going to want to just sit in and try to keep this all together, but he's with 2 riders that have a little bit more room to play with.
Looks like Copsey going to step on it now. 4.8K to go. He goes into the red zone. And that leaves Nair gapped off a little bit, so things starting to get spicy in the front group. So this becomes a lot about strategy at this point. When and where do you go and use your power? Verslee and Nair obviously locked in their battle. Verslee has to go on the offensive. Zach Nair would you call it an advantage of being able to play defense as the GC leader, or is it a disadvantage because he's got the bullseye on his back?
You know, I think it just really depends race to race. I'd say in this scenario, Zach Nair has the advantage. He has a gap. We don't have a ton of racing left. And if he feels good, or if at least he doesn't feel bad, it's going to take a lot of work to be able to take back 7 or 8 seconds on him today. So I think that he's in a very comfortable position with his lead. It doesn't always feel good to be in the hot seat in this way. You know, once again, talking about the Tour, absolutely the most famous stage race in cycling. You know, some riders don't want to go into the yellow too early because it puts a lot of pressure and stress on that team to defend it. But in this scenario for Zach Nair, it's very, very advantageous to just be able to kind of stay along for the ride. All he's going to have to do is follow wheels. He doesn't have to worry about winning the stage, or if he does, he doesn't need to win it by anything more than a sprint.
Just under 3.5K to go now. This guy's letting off everyone into the green zone. This is the classic standoff scenario, and you can tell these guys are all just waiting for someone to light the powder keg. Looking around, waiting for the first one to move. And that's the game right now. A little bit of chess, a little bit of bike racing, a little bit of poker, all rolled into one here. What we're going to be looking for here is a violent and rapid change in wattage. I think that's probably what this finishing attack looks like, and they're just trying to figure out from where they're going to do it. You'll see this ramp up from 300 up to the 500 watt zone, and when that happens, there's no turning back, so they're holding out as long as they can before they launch that all-out effort.
Right, and for Verslee, he can't wait too long because he's going to hope to have a multi-second advantage, and at a certain point, you run out of real estate to be able to take out that much time on a rider like Nair. So it's a tough strategy. We do know that he is able to go the distance. We've seen him hold that power for a very long time. He's a super steady rider. So really Verslee needs to go at that very specific right point where he is able to hold it, but he also has enough time to get up to speed and establish a significant multi-second advantage.
And then Copsey, the wild card, keeping it tough for both these guys. It might not even be an issue if Copsey keeps him on the ropes for the next 2.5K.
Yeah, and it's a little too soon to tell, but if Copsey is the one to initiate and start to animate that move, that could be a little bit of an advantage for Nair or for Verslee, depending on how both of those riders feel coming into the finish. So if Copsey's the one to go, and like we're seeing right now, it looks like Nair and also Verslee are both able to go with him. But there's a lot of different ways for this race to play out, and it's really interesting, like you said, Brad, having that wild card represented here with just 2K to go.
Verslee getting dropped now as Copsey heads out. But Verslee will make it back. Now he can go past this group. It looks like they're going to go into the red zone here. And typically once they go red in these finishing climbs, you don't come out of it into the green or blue zone a whole lot. So I think this is signaled that they're going to keep it tough up here on the front. Verslee back on. 1.7K to go. Nair, that's how you do it right there. Zach Nair with a massive attack. I told you had to ramp up quickly. That's exactly what Nair did here, and he's going to leave Verslee behind. More importantly, Verslee is now out of that draft. He immediately got him out of the slipstream behind him, and so now if Zach Nair can stay on this power for 1.57 kilometers, he's got Luca Verslee right where he wants him, and he's going to widen his 7-second GC lead. Beautiful attack from Zach Nair.
This is interesting. 1.5K is not a lot of time unless you're looking at a 13% grade right now, which we are. So that can make for a very, very long 1.5 kilometers. And most importantly, all three of these riders now have separation. So there is no drafting advantage. It's every man for themselves out there. So Luca Verslee is not out of contention yet. Zach Nair is not on the home straight just yet, but now all of these riders are really doing a solo effort to the finish.
Moves like what Nair just did make warranty managers cringe across the bike industry. That is pushing the equipment to the limit of how much power these things are meant to handle. I mean, you're talking about concentrating a lot of power into a roughly 4-second effort for Zach Nair that he used to get away there. It was a massive ramp up, and now it's paying off as he's about to head under 1K to go with an 80-meter lead over Luca Verslee, and I do think that 80 meters is good because these guys are both on the same climb. Nair over 16% right now. This is the red section of the Velo viewer profile we saw at the top of the show here, and it does ease out a little bit towards the end.
He's now going under the 1K to go banner, so right around 900 meters left for him to hold this effort. Looks like he's now put in 150 meters over Luca Verslee, so this is looking very, very good for Nair, and if he's able to maintain this gap, this is going to further solidify his lead in the GC.
Picked up 7 seconds yesterday in the time trial, and now looks like Zach Nair going to add even more time to his lead here at the Walmart Joe Martin stage race as he makes a big attack inside the last 2 kilometers and opens up a gap inside the last 400 meters for him now. So Zach Nair will be unstoppable in the overall. He's going to have an easy day rolling into virtual downtown Fayetteville tomorrow. All he's got to do is defend that jersey, and looks like he'll have an even bigger gap than the 7 seconds he started with today to play with tomorrow in the Experience Fayetteville criterium. So Nair into his last 150 meters. And then looks like Verslee going to hold off Kopsey in the battle for second behind him. It's got to feel good today. Hour 51 for Zach Nair in the saddle. In and done for the Project Echelon rider. Your winner today in the Mount Sequoia Road Race. Look at Verslee going to come through for second. And you got to think back to those early attacks from Verslee, and has to leave you wondering, what if you had those extra few watts for the finishing climb? But he did succeed in separating the group out pretty well, except the one guy he was trying to get rid of, Zach Nair, stayed with it. So is life. Meanwhile, Igor Kopsey on the way, and this will be good for third place today. And then looks like a little battle happening behind them. Ray Wilson and Mason Roca be pretty close together in the race for fourth and fifth. There's Wilson on the way in. Doesn't look like he'll be touched by Roca before they get there. Wilson will have a good GC ride today as well, although these guys are going to be fighting for scraps behind Zach Nair going into tomorrow. It's an impressive ride for Wilson, holding a solo ride for an hour 47 minutes. Basically, he got dropped pretty quickly out of that front group, so a lot of time alone on the bike for Ray Wilson today.
Yeah, definitely an impressive ride, being able to pace that, not overpace it, not underpace it, just really being able to maintain that power for, pretty much the entire race is definitely an impressive effort.
Wilson in the last 100 meters for him. And I'll lock Ray Wilson in for fourth place on the day. Good ride. Roca gonna hang in just behind him for fifth. 606 Racing Rider salvaging his day. And we'll be looking for that Stars and Stripes jersey in the Experience Fayetteville Criterium tomorrow. Here's Ian McCarroll for sixth place up next. He's still got 600 meters to the line. Looking for any other good battles behind him. Man, this group for 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, this is going to be a good finish behind them. Just behind Bjorklund, Hodges, Cardine, Noonan, Persky, and Walter all going to be interesting. And here's Bjorklund trying to hold off that group behind him in 7th. And look at this. They're already starting to sprint behind him. Cardine, Persky, Hodges, Noonan all into the red zone as Bjorklund has to worry about them on his back door. And here we go. Cardine gives himself a little breathing room. As close as we're going to get to a field sprint today on the Mount Sequoia Road Race. This will be Cardine trying to hold off Hodges, Persky, and Walter behind him. Remember, Cardine worried about the GC, but also worried about the series overall as well. So every result matters to Cardine here. Looking mighty fit in the Wahoo LaColle kit. As he finishes up last couple hundred meters for 8th place. And Hodges coming up behind him. Not quite there yet. Hodges gonna make the pass.
Oh no, and he
Yeah.
gets passed by Walter and Persky. And Noonan.
Big catch at the line there for Cardine as he took a gamble, didn't quite pay off, but got to respect the effort. At least he tried. At least he gave it a go. You won't lose a ton of time in the overall, but it did cost him a few seconds. Either way, I like to see some good bike racing. I like when riders at least give it a go.
Absolutely.
All right, so it looks like most of our riders making their way in, getting ready for our pro women's race coming up in about 7 minutes from now. The next start, so those riders starting to make their way into the SIS Zoom room, getting on the trainers, getting warmed up, ready to roll here as our final pro men start rolling in. Van Haren going to be one of the last riders in that main group to wrap up. So as we get ready for our pro women's race, we're going to take another quick break here from the Echelon Racing League, and when we come back, pro women up next.
Come on, move. Of course, there aren't any spots. A few minutes won't hurt anybody. Thanks, Grandma.
Paralyzed Veterans of America works tirelessly every day to create a more accessible America. Let's leave the accessible spaces to the people who actually need them. Whatever the reason, excuses don't excuse. Join PVA and be part of the solution. Honor the spot.
Welcome back. The big name in the Echelon Racing League, Jackie Godby, getting ready to conquer Mount Sequoia today for Stage 2 of the Walmart Joe Martin Stage Race as one of the best solo riders in the world right now. Gets ready to do what she does best, with riders getting the final countdown as she'll ramp it up. And really the only question today is, by how much does she lead? I thought she was having trouble on the line there. That is one of our camera bots out on course that we're following, so no need to worry about them not leaving the line. Here's Godby away cleanly and underway. Jackie Godby undefeated so far in the Echelon Racing League with a perfect 1,000 points coming into today's stop of the Echelon Racing League. Like watching Tiger Woods swing the golf club, watching Michelangelo paint, watching Jackie Godby ride the trainer is a true honor. And Godby already giving herself the inevitable gap that we knew would come. So much of this today is going to be the race for second. McGregor, Ayala, Miller, Larson, Anders, and Valkenhorst can all take second place on the day today. It really just matters how the day unfolds for them over the next 71.3K. Look at this. Godby already into the red zone. Why not?
Jackie Godby has a workout. If I had to guess, that's what I'm going to say. She has a workout that she is aiming to do today, and we're going to see that unfold pretty much from start to finish. It actually already looks like she's doing her little plateaus that we've come to look for on her power profile. So I think that winning is almost secondary to her today. She is taking advantage of logging onto a platform, getting her workout done, testing her internet connection, testing her equipment, obviously testing her preparation, and now she's going to garner a little bit of fitness while she's at it. A little bit further back though, interesting to see different strategies already. So Aaron Ayala, McGregor, Miller, Larson, Valkenhorst, and Anders all now still together. So in some of the races we've seen a rider like Aaron Ayala try to go with Jackie Godby and hang on for as long as she can, but it looks like today the riders are a little bit more content to ride together and almost just forget about Jackie Godby. I think they're really just trying to win amongst themselves.
And just like Jackie Godby, you make the best of the cards that you're dealt. For Valkenhorst, Miller, and company, it's going to be about figuring out the dynamics of that group. Look at the difference in the power profile here between Godby and just switching over to Kim Miller now. Up and down for the German Miller.
Wow.
Part of that is because she's in the group, you're working out drafting, the screen is telling you that you need to stop pedaling, that you can, afford to coast at this point, so that's part of why you see so much up and down, but part of it is also just the incredible ability of Jackie Godby to put that steady power out again. It is so impressive to watch how she does that. It's a skill that I would say 90% of professional bike riders right now probably don't even have the ability to produce a power profile that looks like that on paper.
And I think it's just so well suited to the effort that Jackie Godby needs in order to do well in these races. Virtual racing, obviously coming from triathlon, those efforts are really just the bread and butter of that type of racing. So obviously if you wanted to get into cyclocross racing or non-virtual IRL criteriums, you want to look a little bit more like Kim Miller, having that punchy up and down, but for this type of racing, that is exactly, what you want to see on your screen, like Jackie Godby is doing right now.
Yeah, and that's got to be part of what Godby is training for, because when she goes to the ESports World Championships, she won't dominate like this. It's not a solo ride for Godby when she goes to Worlds or even Nationals, bringing some new talent to the table at the National Championships coming up as well. So she's honing the ability to ride with a group, honing her ability to sprint, follow moves, cover moves, things like that. And it's pretty amazing to watch so much work go into these few goals that Jackie Godby has remaining in the season here.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, she's working on all of that, which is when we're going to see those plateaus. So she's going to bring the power up, maintain it, and then drop the power again. So just that little bit of variability, I think, is challenging Jackie Godby. There are some riders who, whether they want to or not, can really only pedal at one particular power. So they're going to have that super, super smooth line on their power profile, like we're kind of seeing right here, but you have that little bit of a plateau that we've come to notice in her profile. And I think that those are her sort of variable power workouts, and just that alone is going to kind of help add a little bit of variability into Jackie Godby's riding. Of course, this is all speculation, but that's my 2 cents.
check in with the men's B race over on the right-hand side of your screen. These guys just getting underway. It looks like for the most part the group staying together, although I'm sure we'll see some separation before this one gets to the final climb. Nice to see some familiar names in this men's B group. Again, the B category for riders that are maybe new to virtual racing, new to the platform, or new to bike racing in general. So anytime we see returning names here, that's always nice to see. And we saw a good effort from Lopez last week. See Dominic Barnes in here as well. And 6th, recognize that name from past few weeks here in the ERL.
You know, Brad, the B racing, not just for the new riders or for the less experienced, for some of them it's the riders that just don't want to get their butt kicked quite as hard as they would in the A race. I have friends who exclusively race in the B races here because they just want to enjoy themselves a little bit more than they would racing the likes of Nair and Versley in the A races.
We talked about the time commitment earlier of racing virtually. For me, a 2-hour event would actually be about 6 hours because I need an hour to get ready before. I need an hour to just lay on the floor after. It takes about an hour to get moving. Then you got to make some food. So it's a slightly larger commitment than just the 2 hours of racing.
I thought that you were also going to say it's a 2-hour commitment at the front, but it would take 3 hours for you to cross the line.
Well, that too. Yeah, it would certainly not take 2 hours in this competition for me, but the point being you lose more than just your competition hours on a Saturday, and these are valuable hours Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon. You know, a little time to recover, you got to clean up, maybe put the bike and trainer away, do a little work on it, so it's a commitment.
I like noticing in a lot of the SIS Zoom rooms a treadmill set up next to a lot of the trainers. So you hope that maybe every now and then when our riders are in their pain cave that they have company next to them. And of course, how sweet are the bikes set up next to the bikes on the trainer, the riders that are training together with their roommates or partners.
We see some pretty impressive setups in the group here. Yesterday's GC results mirroring the current GC results after stage 1 yesterday. Jackie Godby did the time trial in 10:05, but when we start looking back at this second group, we got to take some data points from yesterday. Bronwyn McGregor, by far the strongest rider on the uphill time trial with an 11:13 to Kim Miller's 12:08, Ava Doerr's 12:28, and Erin Ayala's 12:32. So that tells me that McGregor likes the climbing. She likes the uphill, but will she like it 66.5 kilometers from now is the question. But based on the data from yesterday, McGregor certainly seems to be the favorite in this group today.
Yeah, that's some really good data to see going into today's stage. Obviously, Bronwyn McGregor, what that tells me is that she has a fantastic 10-minute effort in her quiver, but it's really just a matter of being able to get to 10 minutes out with anything left in the tank.
6:10 a.m. in New Zealand right now. Sun coming up in the window for Bronwyn McGregor there.
Looks like she has an IRL spectator on the couch.
Not sure if they're watching the live stream or just watching her gameplay. I remember seeing this gentleman last race cheering her on. I'll say having a Swan Year on a day like today, if there was ever a day that you would need somebody with you in the pain cave, today would be it. You're going to need a little bit of food on a day like today. You may need to replenish the bottle. You see Erin Ayala well prepared here. She's got extra bottles, plenty of nutrition down on the table. Looks like some scratch products. Nice variety.
And some pretty cool lights.
I think she upgraded the lighting situation here.
Yeah, this seems new.
It's got one of the best setups out there. Over to Kim Miller, Beast Mode presented by Rose Rider. Sparked a pretty good discussion last race about the ergonomics of European windows and doors. There are a few people in the Facebook chat that joined in and said, no, it's your doors that are weird in America. Which, got to give it to them. Miller,
I can't speak.
Here. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, well, Brad, I was going to talk about windows and doors, so please don't interrupt on that very important subject.
Lay into it.
I can just say I like, even without knowing where these racers are racing from, you can almost guess. I feel like I can really identify the European and Scandinavian houses just based on what they look like inside. They're pretty distinct.
This one is a little bit of a giveaway too because it's dark outside.
Yes, it's dark outside and there's no sun coming up like there is in McGregor's home.
Over to Julia Anders up next. On the time trial bike, although like most virtual riders, very rarely spends time in those middle bars, the arrow extensions, I guess.
Not a lot of use for getting arrow.
Yeah, I don't know that anyone would argue that those are more comfortable. It sometimes more comfortable when you're out on the road just to take a little weight off your wrists or something like that, but I think for the most part, most riders prefer to be out on, I don't know what they call this part of a time trial handlebar. Are these the hoods? I don't know what the horns?
I've never heard them called horns before, but I like that.
You know what I'm saying when I say put your hands on the hoods, you know exactly where that is on a drop bar. If I say put them in the drops, you know exactly where that is. If I say on the tops, you know where that is. But if I wanted you to put your hands where they are right now, I wouldn't know what to say. The outside, I guess, of your time trial bars.
I would almost want to call those the tops. I think we need to ask. We need to phone a friend.
Yeah, let us know in the Facebook chat if you have a preferred terminology for the outside of time trial bars. Jackie Godby would know. She spends a lot of time in them. Gotta be holding a steady 300 watts here. And you can see the difference in the average watt per kilo between Godby up here at the front and the riders in that group behind him. Barely kissing 4 watts per kilo as Godby holds it there steady on a 5% gradient right now. All right, so Godby with just under 63K to go out there right now after conquering a little under 10 so far. Your course profile, you can see the orange sections here in the Velo Viewer view where it really takes or puts the sting in the legs. There is a relatively easy section in the middle, and then right here you get into 2 sections with red power zones. We saw it in the men's race. That's where the Zach Nair attack went in the final red section here on the last climb, but there's really 3 distinct super steep sections, and it ends with a big climb up to the finish. Max gradient of 10.2%, although we do see sections on this course that peak closer to 14 and 15%. So I think the translation into the game might have lost some points, but finishing at 1,600 feet above sea level, which is pretty high in a place like Fayetteville, Arkansas. You're not going to get the type of elevation that's going to make the air any thinner up there, but that means 1,300 feet of climbing from basically sea level in town. A lot of great mountain biking up this way as well. If you ever have a chance to go to Fayetteville, make sure you bring as many bikes as you have. I think that's the sort of going wisdom, because you can really spend as much time as you want on whatever bike you want. Aside from, I guess, the track bike, unless you're going to cruise around town to the various coffee shops, I guess you could ride your fixie around. But incredible mountain biking trails up this way. Really, really great road rides, and obviously plenty of gravel as well.
Even cyclocross in Fayetteville, where we held the Cyclocross World Championships and the Oz CX World Cup at Centennial Park.
That'd be another great reason to visit Fayetteville. We do obviously inviting you to the Walmart Joe Martin stage race every year, but you want to make a weekend out of the World Cup or Oz CX. Both great spectator experiences, and you can do plenty of riding around as well. There's been a lot of great housing options that have popped up as well in Fayetteville. A lot of sort of bike-specific hotels and Airbnbs and things like that. Back over to our men's B category. Mario Lopez at the front of this one. Watkins, Gargillo, Vaishnin. But Marcos Lopez keeping the pressure on this group. Lopez, another familiar name in the ERL here. Looks like he's coming into great form this week.
He's a rider that I've come to expect to see great kits from pretty much every time we are privy to his Zoom room, where we're seeing a dose of style, if you will.
Looks like Watkins going to link up onto Lopez's wheel here. Looks like these guys about to have another addition to the group. as Gargillo going to get there. Oh, the Foundation CCB kit. Nice to see some familiar team names. He's got the gaming headset on. I like this look.
Rod, he looks like he could be joining us.
He does. Shout out to the Foundation squad.
I like when you know
That's
that
cool.
the riders can hear us.
We've seen so many great riders come through that Foundation CCB squad. Nice to see them making an appearance into the virtual world here. Right on. And he linked up, doing the Foundation jersey proud. So we'll call it 3 together on the front. Nice job out there. Go check in with our chase group over in the women's A race. Walkenhorst and Miller up on the front. Looks like they lost Anders and Larson out of this group. So 2, 3, 4, and 5 remaining here. Anders at 330 back, Larson at 570 back. Then there were 4. Nice downhill section here, an 8% gradient on the way down. One of the fun parts about this course, the in real life version, all the riders always talk about kind of the constant ups and downs. It's always interesting. There's always something to sort of keep your mind occupied on these long days while you try and keep your mind off of the finishing climb and associated pain that awaits you.
Just under 13 kilometers into this race, Jackie Godby with already a 1.5 kilometer lead over our chasing group. So, and she's just riding in her tempo zone. She's solidly in the green. I think we're going to see pretty massive gaps form out there today.
Well, riders on their way up to the top of Mount Sequoia today, one of the gems outside of Fayetteville. Yesterday, racing up to Devil's Den State Park, another really cool part and some really incredible history up in Devil's Den as well. We got to learn a little bit about that yesterday.
Hello and welcome to Devil's Den State Park. My name is Miss Dina and I'm one of the park interpreters here at the park. Today I'd like to invite you all on a virtual hike through the legacy of the CCC. We will spend about 10 minutes virtually exploring the park's CCC Interpretive Trail to discover some of the most important historical resources here at Devil's Den State Park, work done by the CCC. Devil's Den State Park is a special place set aside to protect and preserve the cultural resources, like our CCC history, of this unique Ozark Valley in northwest Arkansas. So I've mentioned CCC a couple of times. Can you guess what CCC stands for? If you guess CCC stands for Civilian Conservation Corps, you were right. Today's hike will take us through the main CCC camp where 200 young men stayed while they were building our park. As we walk along the footsteps of the CCC, we become part of the park's legacy. Let us now explore that legacy. Devil's Den State Park would not be the park that we enjoy today if it weren't for the CCC's hard work and sacrifice. The Civilian Conservation Corps was formed by Franklin Roosevelt in the 1930s Great Depression era as part of his New Deal project. He formed the CCC for two main reasons. One reason was to give young men work during these hard times so they could support their families. The second reason was to build up these conservation areas like state parks and national parks. The type of work that the CCC boys did while building the parks was building the trails, such as our Devil's Den Trail, Lake Trail, and the Yellow Rock Trail. They also built the roads into the park so people could come down and enjoy this beautiful place. They planted trees and built recreation facilities like our cabins. We will actually get to see one of our cabins today here in just a few minutes. It was hard work building the park. Those of you that live in Arkansas or live in the surrounding states, you know how hot it can get here in the summertime. You also know how cold it can get here in the wintertime. Now, imagine being a CCC worker working in these outside conditions, the heat of the summer, the cold of the winter, doing this for $1 a day. Yes, just $1 a day. That's how much they were paid. I'm guessing most of you make more than $1 a day in your weekly allowance or paychecks, so $1 doesn't seem like a lot of money to us. But it was a lot of money back then, especially during the Great Depression era when there weren't a lot of jobs, not a lot of ways to support your family and to put food on the table. So the CCC was a good project to bring America out of the Great Depression era. All of our young men working in the CCC were aged 18 to 25 years old, and they were unmarried. At the end of the month, a CCC worker was paid his $30 paycheck, but $25 was sent home to his family. That's how a lot of families were supported. If they had a son or an older brother working in the CCC, their family was being supported. The extra $5 the CCC worker got to keep for himself. He usually would save it up because he was staying here and living in the CCC camp. He didn't need much. He was well taken care of. He was fed 3 meals a day. He got to stay in barracks. They gave him work uniforms and even 2 pairs of shoes. So life was pretty great here, despite the hard work that they were doing. Let's walk further down the trail to see where these young men lived and worked and talk about some of their daily routines. Similar to a family, the Park CCC Company 3795 spent daily routines together in this main camp area. Here you'll see a foundation. This is one of our most intact foundations left behind from the CCC camp here in the park. This was the kitchen foundation. This is where all their meals were prepared. As I said earlier, they were fed 3 meals a day. And I don't mean just cereal for breakfast. It was 3 big meals a day. They were really well taken care of while they were living here in the CCC camp. What does every good kitchen need? Think about what your kitchen has in it. Well, you probably said oven, sink, plates, dishes, things like that. You probably also said a refrigerator. Most of you will have a refrigerator in your kitchen. Well, back in the 1930s, we didn't quite have the refrigerators that we have today. Instead, the CCC camp had a root cellar. You can see the root cellar here on the CCC Interpretive Trail. This is where they kept their food, like fruit, vegetables, and meat. Everything in this camp was kind of close together. It was really accessible and convenient. We have the kitchen here, we had the root cellar, and just down the trail is the latrine or the bathhouse foundation. It's our second most intact foundation that we have here in the camp left behind today. The bathhouse was big enough to accommodate the 200 young men working in this park. You may not think that we had indoor plumbing in the 1930s, but since this was a federally operated camp, of course they had nicer things. So yes, they had indoor plumbing here in the park, in the latrine. So they were able to take hot showers and they were able to have flush toilets. It was kind of nice. Let's walk further down the trail and I will show you one of the cabins that they built. The CCC built structures you see in the park were made of natural materials found in the area and were built to last lifetimes. This is cabin 17 behind me. You'll notice that the foundation of the cabin was built using the native sandstone from this area, and the wood siding was made of wood from this area. The CCC built their structures in the rustic style of architecture, also called parkitecture, so that they look like they belong to the natural landscape. They blend into the natural landscape. Doesn't it look like cabin 17 belongs here in nature? All of our cabins that were built by the CCC in the 1930s here in the park are unique in their own way. They have different floor plans, they're different sizes. Cabin 17 is what we call a studio cabin, which means everything is in one room. It's one of our smaller cabins, but the cabin is special because this was actually the headquarters for the CCC camp here in the 1930s. Today we've explored the main camp area where the CCC lived while building our beautiful park. I'd like to encourage all of you to seek out more information about the CCC or experience CCC structures firsthand. There is a really great documentary I recommend that you watch. It's a PBS video about the American experience and the CCC work done in the entire nation. It really goes into detail about the young men in the 1930s and the hardships they went through to build our country back up from the Great Depression. You can also find out more information about the CCC work done at Devil's Den by contacting us. Our contact information is found on the Arkansas State Parks website. I also encourage you to look for CCC built structures in your community, or visit Devil's Den State Park when you're able to experience the park's CCC structures for yourself. As you walk along the footsteps of the CCC, you become part of the park's legacy. Thank you for participating in today's hike through the legacy of the CCC and virtually visiting Devil's Den State Park.
No time for sightseeing for Jackie Godby today. She is continuing to put in the work out here at just under 52K to go. Plenty to do in Fayetteville, whether you're there to ride bikes or not. And I've been enjoying watching cyclists get treated to games at Razorback Stadium. The Arkansas Razorbacks out there put on quite a show on football weekends, and it's one of the many must-do things, taking a Razorback game if you ever get the chance.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Arkansas is that it doesn't really look like it's in the South, but it definitely is considered Southern, and it acts Southern, especially in the way that they take their college sports, especially football, very, very seriously. So the Razorbacks must see when you're anywhere in the South, such as Arkansas.
Fayetteville, formerly called Washington, Arkansas, until 1829. It was named after Fayetteville, Tennessee, where many of Fayetteville, Arkansas's original settlers had come from. Also home to University of Arkansas, the state's first and finest.
I learned in probably the worst way possible that there's another Fayetteville in North Carolina.
Oh
and
boy.
If you type in Fayetteville Airport, that's the one you'll buy a ticket to, even if you mean to go to Northwest Arkansas Airport. Yeah, I did that.
Well, Ellen taking steps so that we don't have to. Make sure you check when you book your flight, so that you don't end up in North Carolina when you want to be in Arkansas. Although I have to imagine Fayetteville, Arkansas is rapidly rising on the list of most important Fayettevilles in America. So maybe soon we can make that the default. Well, I think part of the issue is that the airport is not called the Fayetteville Airport, right? It's Northwest Arkansas Regional Airport or something like that.
Yes, exactly. This is...
XNA, I think.
Yes.
I'll Google it. Bentonville also got the Bike City designation from the UCI ahead of their hosting of UCI Cyclocross World Championships. Kind of speaks to the larger investment in bikes in and around Bentonville, Northwest Arkansas. We talk a lot about the racing prospects out there, but they really made it a great place just to exist as a cyclist in any form, whether you're commuting, riding to the coffee shop, or trying to race at the Cyclocross World Championships.
Yes, it's very unique as a lifelong cyclist to go somewhere that's so bike friendly. It's incredibly rare, to not feel like an inconvenience parking your bike outside of a cafe or anything like that. It's encouraged.
Back on board with our chase group in the SIS Zoom room in the upper left. No changes out of the group yet. It's been interesting to watch these groups get better and better at riding as a group as the season go on. This core group of 5 riders that you see on your screen right now have spent a lot of time together this season, and just like anyone that you ride with, Ellen, as you sort of learn the intricacies of each of these riders, you learn how to ride better as a group, and as a consequence, your group gets more efficient and smoother. I think we've seen that with this group in the ERL this year.
Definitely, and something else that we've talked about that's definitely a factor is just getting more and more familiar with this platform as well. It does have some key differences on RGT compared to other virtual racing platforms. So if some of these riders are more familiar with other racing platforms, they could definitely take a little bit of time to get used to the gameplay element here. So as the seasons progress, they're getting used to each other, they're getting used to the platform, they're getting used to themselves. And I think we can see that in this very cohesive group of 5 now at the head of the chase.
This group seems to come to a consensus on where they want to kind of pin the power and speed as well. They all seem to be in relative agreement as to what the next hour or so is going to look like for them, which is also often very, very hard to do in real life, to come to an agreement and hold everyone to it of how hard or how easy you're going to ride. Men's B race over on the right-hand side of the screen. Looks like that front group still all together. 1st through 5th got a nice group going as well. So 2 5-rider groups at the front of these 2 races are women's A race, well, just behind the front of that race, and then our men's B race on the right-hand side of the screen on a 7% little kicker there. That split the group up a little bit. I love the difference watching these 2 groups, the experienced women's A group and then the newer men's B group. You can see how compact this women's A group is on the left-hand side of the screen and how sort of spread out the men's B group becomes. Speaks to that smoothness that we were talking about and the ability to ride well in a group. The women have it dialed today. Lopez seems to be an aggressor over in the men's B race. That's probably part of why they're riding so disconjointed, because there's always that one guy in every group. Lopez gets reeled back, but stays at the front of the group here. Gargillo seems to be the rider that has been best able to answer these Lopez moves. And does a good job of not overplaying the hand either. One really common mistake you see is that when riders chase and make a catch, they then go right by the rider that they were chasing because they were working so hard to make the catch, and then once they do, they don't let up off the power in time. That sends them right by these guys. And what other kind of stuff do you work on in the off season? Like if you're forced to do these long trainer hours, if you've got to put the work in, what other kind of stuff can you work on while you're on the bike? I mean, are you talking about core work? Is there mental work that you can do in the off season? How do you pass the time as a pro bike racer?
Yeah, the off season is such an important part of bike racing. I think it's something that a lot of people overlook, and it's super easy to rush. So, riders are always like really anxious and gung-ho to get back out and start doing intervals, but I ascribe to the ideology that you have to slow down to speed up, and resting and taking a break is just so vital for the later parts of the season where you do start to go into the red zone. But a big thing that we always try to do during the off season is to kind of reverse a lot of the damage that we're going to do during the on season. So that's going to mean various types of body work, whether that's yoga or other types of natural movement, walking and getting massage and doing stretching and going to the gym and just doing things that move and use your muscles in a different way than you do on the bike, because cycling isn't a natural body position. We're not really, designed to be in that position for as many hours as pro cyclists usually are. So doing anything that you can to strengthen and mobilize your posterior chain and, all different muscle groups, that's kind of one really big element of off season that, you kind of skip if you just jump right back on the bike as soon as your season's over.
Be wise words for riders as things start warming up again in a lot of parts of the country. They'll be eager to get out and put in those big spring training rides, but make sure you're taking time to rest. It sounds like that's a big part of it, and doing other things off the bike as well. You can't just put in miles and expect to be the best, because well, there's more to your body than just turning pedals in a circle.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you ask about the mental work too, and that's so vital as well. Like even just building up that motivation. So if you're like itching to get back on the bike, but you are forced or encouraged to take more time off, I think that you can use that as what Leah Davison just told me. She calls it a motivation build or a gratitude build, where like you're antsy to get back out on the bike. So like take that and continue to harness it. And like it's not a bad thing to be super keen, but sticking to your objectives and using it to get caught up on life stuff. If during the season you don't go to the RMV or go to the dentist, now's the time to do all those things that you just find really easy to skip over once racing starts.
Back with Dominic Barnes, voted the coolest pain cave last week. I'm now noticing he's got a mic and what appears to be like a MIDI controller behind him. So I wonder if he does either streaming or music. He's got some faders and some touch pads down there near his left wrist. But of course, we were all about the Marvel Capcom arcade cabinet in the background. This guy, I want to be friends with this guy.
It's like the whole room is so cool. We have the cool lights, the game, the music setup, even the jersey is really cool.
Guy doesn't miss. Is this a QR code on his chest? I'll bet you it takes you to a super cool website. It probably takes you to all right, I'll see if I can try and scan it. If he stands up, I'll see if I can get a I don't know if it's going to work. We'll try. All right, so Barnes and Billing working together to try to get back up to that group. We'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, back to our women's A-race group sticking together as we go on board with Erin Ayala here, getting a look at her numbers. See the up and down power profile here now. That's part of what comes with riding in a group, just like in real life. When you're on the front, you got to work a little harder. When you're not, you got to rest a little bit. So I think that's most of the ups and downs that you're seeing on Ayala's power profile here. And that translates into a perfectly smooth group. And so that tells me that Ayala's just taking her turns at the front when she needs to, when the game puts her there, and then very smartly taking the power off a little bit when she doesn't need to.
You know, Brad, we've talked a little bit about in the off season doing that mental work and how important that is. And I think Erin Ayala would really be able to speak to that. She is a sports psychologist. So I have a feeling that she deals with a lot of those questions around motivation builds and the mental work that riders can and should and deserve to do in the off season and the on season.
Seeing some comments in the Facebook chat about some preferred off-season activities. Anish Veskayev doing a little cross-country skiing and some strength work. That'd be a good one. Good way to get moving in the winter. We also had a few people chiming in on the handlebar debate that I started, and I don't know if anyone else really cares about, but a lot of votes for bullhorns. So I think that's the preferred nomenclature here.
I would say newly adopted.
Al, working through the nutrition. If you're doing a 2-hour ride, and I know this is different for everyone, but I think most people would generally need to take in at least a few calories over a 2-hour ride. A 2-hour race, certainly, if you're putting in a race effort, almost everybody's going to need to replenish those at one point. You'll do it through both food and drink, but I would say on a day like today, probably more than one nutrition refill throughout the day. So looks like Ayala's gone into her first pack, but for a 2-hour race, Ellen, what are you taking with you in your virtual back pocket?
Yeah, that's such a great question. It's really going to depend on rider preference, effort, kind of efficiency. So some riders burn more than others, depending on, of course, how hard you're pedaling, and especially relative to your weight. But I saw something on Jackie Godby's Instagram before today's start about, asking that same question. She didn't really know how long the race was going to be, how long it was going to take time-wise. She said that she wanted to take in enough calories without having to use the bathroom, because I think that that's actually like a really great thing to think about. And that's where, for her, that practice of doing these races really comes into play and helps her prepare for nationals and worlds. It looked like she had 3 bottles, some with carbohydrates, some with electrolytes, and a little bit of caffeine as well. And so I think that's a good mix. I know that I was drinking, I think the rule of thumb is a minimum of 1 bottle an hour, just in terms of staying hydrated. But obviously on the trainer, that's a little tough because you're going to be sweating so much, but then you also really don't want to need to pee. So it's a really tough balance. And I think it's just going to depend on each individual rider, and there are a lot of different formulas that you can use to calculate just how much you need to be eating in terms of carbohydrates. But in a sense, it's almost more is more when you're pedaling this hard. As much as you can take in is probably not going to hurt.
We have pontificated on a lot of things on these ERL broadcasts, but the hydration to pee ratio is a new one for me. I've never considered that, but certainly makes sense.
I have to say, I just really admire these athletes, because the amount of times that I have to get up and use the bathroom during this broadcast is not insignificant. I basically have to have my own soigneur bringing me things. I need hydration. Can I get a refill? I don't know how they do it also by pedaling so hard.
Well, there's a lot of sweating on the trainer. If you've never ridden on a trainer, but maybe you've ridden outside in real life, you'll be shocked how much you sweat when you don't have that evaporative cooling sort of constantly wiping it away. People are blown away by how much they sweat. a indoor bike for a lot of mechanics is your worst nightmare because you get this corroded handlebar tape. A lot of times the sweat will get into like the headset too, and that stuff is vicious with metal parts if you let it sit. So that's why you see so many riders with towels draped over the front of their handlebars. Some riders have these special made sort of hammock devices that go all the way along the top tube back to the saddle. But it's another good tip for maybe any riders in the B group. Make sure you're not sweating all over those handlebars, and if you are, make sure you get those checked out before you take them off on the road, because after it eats through the tape, it eats through the bars, and we've seen broken handlebars from riders that spend too much time on the indoor trainer.
Yeah, I can only imagine, similar to the salt on the road in cold areas like in the Northeast, where it's just slowly corroding and eating away at your bolts. I've seen some faceplates on a stem get basically sheared just right off by weak and corroded bolts.
Good reason to take your bike into a trained professional to have them look it over. Here's the word from John Cooper, partner of Jackie Godby. He was on Team Bullhorns for naming the bars, so I guess we got to go with that. Bullhorns it is. Thank you, John. Meanwhile, Jackie is approaching the halfway mark here as she gets ready to hit 35.5K to go. And now time to flip it around and do it all again with a couple climbs still waiting Godby that weren't there the first time she did these 36K. Back to the chasers, Valkenhorst, Ayala, Miller, and McGregor. This was Anish Veskayev on our Facebook page earlier talking about her off-season work, which included cross-country skiing. Trying to do a better job of keeping my eye on Facebook, so if you want to comment, let us know on the Echelon Racing League Facebook page. We'll keep an eye in the comment section there. Riders going into the red zone here on the climbs. Valkenhorst, Miller, Ayala, all putting in red power peaks on a little uphill kick. But relatively forgiving back to the top. Elizabeth Meyer cheering on Aaron Ayala. Ayala has some of the most fans in the group. Anish Veskayev said Aaron spent more time setting up lights than actually warming up.
Well, if installing the lights was particularly strenuous, you might be able to argue that that was a warm-up.
Veskayev's Velocity Vixen team says team's looking strong. I agree. McGregor and Ayala in here. Ayala, one of the best sprinters in the women's field here. McGregor with an outstanding 10-minute time trial yesterday. So you got to think odds looking pretty good for the Velocity Vixen squad in here, although I'm sure the Beast Mode Rose riders would have something to say about that. Valkenhorst and Miller going to be looking for their payday out of this group as well. We'll see. 37.7K to go. And that'll be the halfway arch for our men's B group as Lopez, Hockleton, Vaishnan, and Gargio. We'll add Watkins to that group as well. All 5 of these together on the front. 36K to go for them. Not seeing a lot of changes in this men's B group other than Lopez seems to be in the driver's seat for most of the day today. The ride leader, if you will. He's got to do a little more work at the front, but he gets to decide where you stop for coffee afterwards, so a little added bonus. Jumping over to women's chasers coming up on their halfway arch as Anders gets back in. Wow, nice catch by Anders. Been doing a lot of work today, back and forth off the front or off the back of this group, sorry. But she'll make it 5 again with 36K to go. And Sheskaya was noticing those Anders catches and recatches earlier, so did not go unnoticed. We talk about the familiar names in this group like Valkenhorst, Ayala. We've been watching these riders race all season in Season 3 of the Echelon Racing League, and you see Jackie Godby with a perfect 1,000 points at the top, but these names like Ayala, McGregor, Valkenhorst, there's a reason that they appear at the top of the GC lead as well. So Kim Miller going to be looking to move up in points after this week. Rokkanen and Soli not competing this weekend in the Walmart Joe Martin stage race. So Miller should be able to move up at least past Rokkanen, and probably, yeah, she'll move past Soli as well. So it's going to move Miller, I think, into 5th place overall. But Miller, Valkenhorst, and McGregor can all fight for these last top 5 GC standings. So I don't know that anyone's going to be able to make it up to Jackie Godby. They would need a perfect second. In fact, it's mathematically possible at this point, or mathematically impossible to beat Jackie Godby, but it is possible for Julia Valkenhorst in 4th to move up into 3rd, and technically possible for Erin Ayala to lose 2nd to her teammate Bronwyn McGregor, but that would take some pretty significant gaps in the last couple stops of the Echelon Racing League. So still some good battles out there, and a lot of those battles are taking place in this chase group out there right now with 5 riders trying to bring them back. Jackie Godby yesterday with a 10:05 compared to Bronwyn McGregor's 11:13 and Kim Miller's 12:08. So you can see how much faster McGregor was than the rest of the group at 11:13. Not quite a full minute faster than Kim Miller, but you go down to Dora, all of these riders closer to 12.5 or 13 minutes. So great ride yesterday for McGregor. And you have to wonder if she can apply that 10-minute effort at the end of the day today, because if she can, theoretically, she should be able to beat Kim Miller by 45 seconds. Although a 10-minute effort at the end of the day today is a lot different than a fresh 10-minute effort yesterday.
Yeah, it is. But it does go to show what Bronwyn McGregor has, like we talked about, in her quiver, in her arsenal. We know that she's a very, very good almost middle distance runner, if we're talking in track terms. So we know what she's capable of. And so if the cards kind of fall in her to her favor today, I think that we could see a more significant gap opening up for Bronwyn McGregor in second. But, I think that today's lead that Jackie Godby has already established, barring any disaster, 4.06 kilometers over our chasing group, that's really going to solidify her in the lead of our GC.
Well, we were talking about how things could shake up in the GC, and just like that, this group is shaking up. Valkenhorst has been dropped out of the group. Anders is gone as well. So that leaves McGregor, Miller, and Ayala up at the front. Valkenhorst just doesn't have the legs to go into the red power zone here, so she's going to stay within her limits. And this is smart bike riding, too. It's better to sacrifice for 5th rather than try and stay up with that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place group, completely blow up and totally end your day in 8th or 9th place. So Valkenhorst trying to salvage this one right now.
Yes, and as we've seen, there is room for comeback in this race. So we saw that a bit in the men's race, where riders went out a little bit too hard and really paid the price later on. We've seen some really good chases and comebacks from our women and even in our men's B race. So for Valkenhorst to just kind of take it easy, she may be able to regroup and, come back from this. Whereas if you go so hard that you completely flood your engine, there's really no coming back from that.
Valkenhorst staying in the hunt here, 170 meters back from the group that she was a part of just a few minutes ago. But I think the distance and that last little kicker getting to her here, it was on a climbing section, this little uphill kick. You can see they're starting to get into the rollers now. So when the other riders went into the red power zone, that was what kicked Valkenhorst out of the group. So now the question becomes, who is next to pop off the front? And there's only 3 left, Ayala, McGregor, and Miller. Miller, the lowest ranked on GC. Remember, Ayala and McGregor, 2nd and 3rd overall in the Echelon series, but McGregor with the best time behind Jackie Godby yesterday.
Yeah, just basing off of what we know from Erin Ayala, this course doesn't seem to suit her quite as much as I'm expecting tomorrow's criterium to suit her, but that doesn't mean that she isn't capable of a successful day out there. It just means that I think she's going to have to use her cards a little bit more intelligently than she may be able to in a criterium where she can just sort of naturally let her talent speak for itself. But just as I say that, of course, Erin Ayala going into the red zone looks like she's laying down an attack, but then immediately dropped the power down into, I wonder if something's happened because her power is almost negligible. Looks like it's coming back up a little bit, but that was really interesting. We saw a pretty massive attack, I think, from Ayala. Our group about 60% done, I think, with this race. We're 40K in with 20K to go. We're back in the SIS, back in with the SIS Zoom room of Erin Ayala. You can see she's slowly working through those scratch chews. It's kind of funny, every time we go to her Zoom room, another chew is missing, but I can definitely speak from experience that it's so hard to eat on the bike, especially when you're going hard, so it has to be almost like a game at times where it's like, okay, I have to eat this chew now. And you can also see it looks like maybe a chat going off on her phone. She has a lot going on here. She's managing a lot right now. This is interesting perspective from Kim Miller. We're able to see her power profile that looks very different from that of Jackie Godby's or, even Brown McGregor. So you're seeing just like these massive spikes. It almost looks like a heartbeat more than anything else. So I think that's kind of interesting. If she's not able to regulate her power, this finishing climb could be challenging for her. It's definitely looking like the end of this race could suit Brown McGregor most out of these three riders, with tomorrow's race maybe suiting Miller and Ayala. But of course, it's about so much more than just Oh, great to hear Brown McGregor made the New Zealand team for the eSport World Championships, so that there she will be competing against Jackie Godby as well as other riders from other nations. So this is great training for her out there, getting prepared for the World Championships in just a couple weeks. As I was saying before, it's about so much more than just the rider's power profile, because of course if it was just about the power profile, we wouldn't need to race. We would just be able to say, well, this rider pedals the fastest or they pedal the hardest, so why see how it works out? But it's really what those riders do with that power, how they play their cards, where they can serve, where they go hard. And so sometimes it's not always the strongest rider that wins, but it's the smartest rider that wins, and the rider who is able to use their matches most conservatively and most intelligently. So We'll be interested to see how this race shakes out with these 3 riders at the front. It means that 1 rider will be going home without a podium spot.
No pressure or anything, but virtual podium means something. Meanwhile, Godby looking nice and steady up on the front here.
Yeah, Jackie looking very steady with her signature smooth flatline power profile. Interesting to see, it doesn't look like she has those plateaus that are sort of indicative of her intervals or her efforts. So I don't know whether she's doing them today or maybe she's waiting until she is 5K ahead of the chase group. But at the moment, she's just looking smooth and steady as always. Meanwhile, back at the front of our men's B race, looks to be business as usual. Lopez, Gargillo, and Watkins. Yep. So now we have just 3 at the front, saying goodbye to Valsinen and Hackleton. So those riders are now 600 meters back. Hard to say whether that's accurate. Our lead currently on a very, very minor incline, what I would call maybe even a false flat. So hard to say just how far back those riders are depending on whether they're on a climb or a descent. But regardless, safe to say this is significant. So it looks like it's really just these 3 riders at the front of the race really competing for this win. About 2/3 of the way through the race now. Getting a little bit of a signal from Lopez in his SIS Zoom room. Looking good, looking strong. Looks like it's snack time for Gargulio in his Zoom room, taking a little bit of nutrition. Oh, and now a power bar bottle. Give the sponsors some love. You know, I just have to say that I feel grateful that we don't have audio coming out of that headset, or else it would probably just be breathing noises. Looks like we're seeing a little bit of action at the front of our men's B race. It's so hard to say whether sometimes if these are intentional or riders just standing up and putting some power down on the pedals, but Lopez looks like he's really hurting. Hard to say with Gorgillo whether he is suffering or smiling, or maybe just a little bit of both, but no doubt all of these riders working so hard right now. An hour 20 in the race, probably going to come in right around 2 hours. So the better part of the race is behind them, but now we are moving towards the final push up that really, really tough climb, getting up into the teens percentage of grade. So I'd say the worst is yet to come, but it looks like these riders are already working so hard. Back at the front of our women's race, no surprise to see Jackie Godby in the lead, and I think we're maybe seeing, potentially too soon to tell, but it looks like she might have just done a little bit of an effort. Her power was super high for a few moments, up into the 500s, which even without knowing her weight, I can say is massive, massive power. Then it looks like it dropped a little bit, and now she's ramping it back up. You can see her her soigneur fresh off of his race. John Cooper in the background. Passing her something looks like a gel, maybe one of the SIS gels, just taking a little bit of a sip off of one of those. This is true support.
Looks chilly down there in the basement. He's got the hat, fully zipped fleece, and I think that's probably why they ride down there. Perfect temperature for riding. Look at the attention to detail with the rolling of the SIS gel. Unbelievable.
I love it. I love that attention to detail so much. It's not enough just to hand Jackie Godby a gel, but he's folding it up, getting it so perfect. That's what you like to see. Just now coming inside of 20K to go for Jackie Godby, which means that our chasing group of McGregor, Ayala, and Miller are at around 24K to go, where Jackie Godby has a very, very sizable, to say the least, advantage over our chasing group. Our chasing group now onto this steep cobbled climb, looks like 6 to 7% for our chasers. They're all in that red pain zone, getting up into the 300 and 400 watts each. So we have this perspective from Miller. You can just see how surgy and punchy her power profile is. It's just such a stark comparison to that of Jackie Godby. Valkenhorst coming off the back, so she's now 250 meters behind our chasing trio. So I wouldn't say that she's out of it yet, but this is starting to become a pretty tricky position for her with our chasing trio, they're working together so well. They certainly are not slowing down. So it's going to take a very special combination to get Valkenhorst back into contention. If our chasing trio starts to slow down and look at each other and Valkenhorst keeps the power down, that's where she's going to be able to catch back up. But as things stand, it doesn't look like Valkenhorst is going to be in contention for the podium unless something miraculous happens.
Oh, she's still got to keep her eye on that group up front in case there is a mechanical, a dropout, whatever the issue could be, so she could still move up into fourth or whatever that is. Meanwhile, Godby's staying on it as we check in with Facebook. Commenting about John Cooper embarrassing all of us lesser talented significant others with that support quality. I agree. You could write a book on that.
I really think that that's the bar that we need to set. That's how we all need to support our significant others. Just whatever your partner's equivalent of rolling up an SIS gel is, that's what we should all be aiming for.
That's what you all deserve, and I hope nobody settles for anything less.
Yes, Queens, that's what we deserve.
Over to the men's B group. Looks like this one down to 3. Watkins, Lopez, and Gargillo. Lopez, the antagonist in this group, without a doubt. And looks like they've dropped Veshnin. Hackleton, they're gone. And not coming back on the climb. Sometimes you'll see riders able to regain some time on the climbing sections if they're good climbers, but doesn't look like this one was enough for Veshnin or Hackleton to get up. So Gargillo, Watkins, and Lopez remain your 3 at the front of the men's B group. Women into the red zone now, all 3 of them in this group putting down red zone power right now. You see Miller, Ayala, McGregor all lighting up their numbers, and that's because of a 12% gradient that they're working their way through right now, almost halfway up this climb. All right, so both of these groups pretty close together at 20K to go. Looks like the men's B group just a little bit ahead of our women's A group over here, but for the most part, working through their last 20K right now. And typically we'll see these speeds pick up towards the end, so I am expecting these last 20K, even with the climb at the end, to go a little faster than some of the mid sections of the day today. Godby, I don't know that I've seen those bottles move. I noticed that the noon logo was facing out, sponsor correct, as it should be on a long day like today, but I don't know if she's reached for that one yet. That might be the rocket bottle that I hear about. Save a little caffeine and sugar for the last few kilometers.
Yeah, those could just be her reserve bottles. And who knows, maybe John Cooper has, freshly chilled bottles prepared for her that are shaken, not stirred, and, immaculately.
Cooper is hand filtering water right now, sifting it through charcoal, getting it to the perfect pH for Jackie. Godby just going under 15K to go now. So she's getting down to it, getting down to that last little ramp up to the finish here. Got to be at 5 watts per kilo right now. And holding it steady right there. Something that a lot of riders could only dream of doing numbers like that for a prolonged period, let alone this steady at the high end. It's somewhat easier to do, let's say, 3 watts per kilo steadily than it is, obviously, to hold it at 5, especially when you're struggling to get there. But Godby doesn't look to be having any problems out there today. 12% gradient for her right now.
Yeah, Jackie Godby is definitely one of those racers that has such a well-established poker face. You just cannot tell how hard she's going. If it weren't for the color zones on their profile, I don't think that we would ever be able to hedge a bet as to how hard she's going.
A little bit of separation over in the men's B group over on the right side. Looks like Watkins might be in a little bit of trouble for this group. Maybe just making his way back up. And Lopez once again will keep things tough in this group. 17K to go for them. Marco Lopez definitely gets the award for most work done today in this group. I don't know that we've seen him off the front a whole lot. These other two guys seem more than happy to let Lopez lead the train for most of the day today.
Yeah, it seems like he's following in the footsteps a little bit of Luca Versli, doing a lot of work. The other riders happy to let him take charge, and then hopefully if all goes to plan, they'll be able to just motor right by him. All going to plan in Watkins and Gargulo's plans, at least.
See just a few spikes on Lopez's power profile here. He uses it wisely. Thumbs up for Marco. Keep up the good work, my friend. Looking good out there on course. To a 5% gradient now. Feels like someone's about to pop out of this group. It feels like maybe Watkins is right on the edge, because typically when you yo-yo back and forth like that, it's only a matter of time. The writing is on the wall, and it's 16K to go. He's one bad climb away from losing contact with this group. Back over to our women's chase group. Ayala, Miller, McGregor still together. Sounds like an intimidating law firm. Someone you wouldn't want to get a letter from. Hello, I'm from Miller, Ayala, and McGregor. Like, oh man, I did something bad.
Well, only 2 of them are going to make partner with 3 riders in this chase group. Jackie Godby off the front, and you can do the math. There are only 3 podium spots up for grabs here today, so one of these riders is going to be the paralegal.
Jackie Godby is the founder of the firm, and only 2 of these riders getting upgraded to partner today. There are your 3 chasers in their SIS Zoom rooms. I love that they all even face the same direction for us. Nicely done.
It's now fully light out behind Brown McGregor. So it's probably all of 7:30 in the morning.
Quite a way to start your day. Climbing up Mount Sequoia, halfway around the world in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Erin Ayala on the phone, working through her bottles. It's amazing how focused they stay on the game. Like we saw with Jackie Godby getting the gel. Erin Ayala just taking a drink out of the bottle or trying to play with something on her phone. It's just like in real life. I mean, you don't want to lose sight or contact with the road for more than a couple seconds when you're riding your bike and you immediately look back up. It's the same way here. And so I think that speaks to how intense it is just to stay with the group and how realistic they've made this.
Yeah, I feel like that's a really good point, and maybe a little bit of evidence as to why I was not good at virtual racing. I find it so challenging to focus and would end up looking around, and the next thing you know, you're dropped like a stone. So I think, these riders, that's a big part of the mental game that you have to practice, and that's something that, after a long off season, or I know a ton of riders who didn't race virtually throughout the pandemic, once you started getting back to doing racing, it was like, okay, I have to focus on something for 45 to 90 minutes. Like I'm not, mentally in shape to focus on something for that long. And so these races really challenge that, I think.
Today, one of the hardest mental days of the season as well. This much time on the trainer, I think even the best, even Jackie Godby will tell you, 2+ hours will hurt anybody, no matter how good you are on the trainer, no matter how much time you spend on the trainer. That's a lot of time to be on a bike in a basement, not changing the scenery around you aside from what's on the screen. There's just no getting away from that, no matter how good the VR headsets get, no matter how good the metaverse is. It'll always be trainer time, and there's nothing like riding your bike outside in real life.
So it looks like Jackie Godby is now up and over the very challenging climb that our chasing trio is now navigating, up to 13% grade. So this is going to be very, very tricky. I don't know if our group will stay together over it, but I'm sure Jackie Godby is happy to have that section behind her.
Yeah, so I think Godby will just have one more big climbing section coming up, and then the last kilometer or so, it kind of dies off a little bit, but there is one last red section on the climb. And then we'll watch the group of 3 behind her navigate these last few climbs as well. They're conquering the penultimate climb now at 14.4K to go. Just knocked out a 13% gradient. And that's what Godby is coming off of right now. You can see how the power steadily ramped up on the right-hand side of the screen in the Chasers group. And I think that'll continue for the next 14 kilometers or so. A lot of times, Ellen, coming into these closing kilometers, we have a pretty good idea of who's going to win the watts per kilo game that we play at the end of the day when we look at who is the most efficient with the wattage that they used. I don't know that any rider has really stood out in this group of 3 as being more aggressive or more passive. Sometimes we can look at a rider and it's like they're definitely going to have the highest watt per kilo today, like Marco Lopez over in the men's B race, let's say. But I haven't really seen anything like that from that group of 3 today.
No, it feels like the riders are working together so cohesively. It just seems like they're all taking pretty fair turns. No one seems to be going to the front, and whether intentionally or unintentionally laying down the power. So yeah, I think it is going to be a little bit of a guessing game until we get the final results.
Looking at Ayala and McGregor, 2 teammates on that Velocity Vixen team. My guess would be that Ayala will try to work for McGregor here just because McGregor is best placed on GC. And so I think Ayala maybe does whatever Bronwyn McGregor needs to hold on to that, and then she'll have her chance for a stage win tomorrow for Ayala. That's where I think Ayala is going to shine best at the Walmart Joe Martin stage race. So maybe today's the day for McGregor, and tomorrow's the day for Ayala.
Yeah, and I think that's such a great plan because it really just allows both riders to play to their strengths. And, you know, it's a very, very good numbers game when you're in a group of 3 and you have a teammate represented. So that's going to be really tough for Miller. Trying to figure out how to outsmart them.
Yeah, it's tactically tough. Looks like McGregor is putting some pressure on right now in the chase group. We'll see if we can go over there because she has opened some time here. And I see Miller behind her and Ayala behind that. So maybe this is the move from Bronwyn McGregor at 13K out. Certainly not what Kim Miller was expecting today. I love this move from McGregor.
Yeah, and if this move were to stick, this doesn't really allow Ayala to help her teammate, but, you know, if this is where McGregor feels her best, then I think that, you know, there's nothing else to do. They just have to play the cards that they have.
Miller countering it a little bit. Now, if Ayala doesn't get back to this one, then that move will have backfired if that's what McGregor was doing. It might have just been a lapse by Miller or Ayala letting up a little bit that sent McGregor off the front, but I have a feeling McGregor going to start to ramp things up here late. So, yeah, there's probably not much Ayala can do. She would have been able to help a little bit on the climb, but she's going to get back in here anyway, so things starting to break up, things starting to heat up in the women's A race.
Yeah, and it's definitely possible that McGregor was just kind of testing the waters, testing her legs, and if she were trying to put the power down a little bit but looked back and realized that she had Miller on her wheel and her teammate was dropped, then that's a great time to say, all right, we're going to let that one fizzle out, but we're going to try it again and hopefully have things shake out a little bit differently.
See Kim Miller using the time to recover, stretch out the back a little bit. We see that a lot in your neck of the woods in cyclocross, where riders kind of use the paved section at the start-finish line to stretch out some of these auxiliary parts of the body that tend to get sore when you start to put in big efforts.
Yeah, you know, that's another thing that we were talking about with taking, you know, a necessary off-season. It allows you to kind of strengthen and stretch out and smooth out, if you will, straighten out some of the parts of our body that really get abused, that you know, need a little bit of extra attention, both in strength and body work. So yeah, a lot of riders, I think especially it's a problem on the trainer, just because even with the wiggle boards, you still, it doesn't compare to the really natural movement of being out on the road, even just basing it off of coming up to a stop sign and, you know, getting out of that position, and then you go around a corner and you change that position. It's really conducive to just sitting in one place and keeping the power really steady. So I'm not surprised to see that some riders are having some sort of physiological side effects, even if they're really short term.
Even with the best bike fit in the world, you're still going to, for being in the same position for so long, you're always going to have some aches and pains here and there.
Yes, and unfortunately bike fits can only do so much, but they can't reverse a weak back or an uneven or unstable core. So, you know, there's so much that goes into being a bike racer, and especially being a high level one. Yeah, it's a lot more than just pedaling your bike hard.
Jackie Godby inside 5K to go at the front of our women's A race. Men's B group just making their way onto the climb, but still all together with these three, Lopez, Gargillo, and Watkins. Been putting on a show out there today, and looks like they are going to make it into the last 10K with this climb, and then one more remaining for them before they get up to the finish. Although Watkins already maybe showing some early signs of trouble as Gargillo and Lopez gap him off. Get back up and in as these guys start the penultimate climb. Seems like this one is, I think, a little harder than the finishing climb. Obviously, the second climb is always harder than the first because you've got one more climb in your legs by the time you get there, but this penultimate climb seems to have had more impact over the last couple of years racing this course virtually. We'll see if that holds true with our women's A group racing for second, third, and fourth as well. Godby under 4K now. You can see these last 5K are really not bad on the Mount Sequoia course. She's at just a sub 1% gradient right now, and I think it remains this way for most of the last, what is now 3.5K. Although she's onto a bigger slope now, so maybe she hasn't done that last red section that we saw in the course profile, because it doesn't come right at the finish. The biggest and hardest part of the climb came just before it. And yeah, I think the worst part is behind Godby at this point. 3.3K to go for her to the line. And then maybe somewhere around 10 minutes after that, we'll see Ayala, McGregor, and Miller come in to sort out the rest of the podium.
Feeling a little bit mesmerized by just how smooth Jackie Godby's power is.
I told you, it's a pleasure to watch. It really is. If you understand how difficult it is to do what Godby is doing and riding the way that Godby rides, it's you don't see this a lot as a bike person. Coming up on 2.5K for Godby. Locked in as ever. I don't know if she's broken eye contact with that screen for the last hour and 53 minutes. The cadence almost matches up perfectly, the in real life and virtual cadence. I'm just watching and monitoring her extremely steady between 80 and 85 rotation per minute cadence, but I'm impressed with how accurate the game depicts the cadence of each rider.
That's a great observation, Brad. I hadn't even noticed that in all the hours that we've cumulatively stared at this live stream.
It's been a long, strange trip, as they say. All right, so now Godby onto this last kicker part. You see this steep uphill in the elevation profile, the upper right corner here. Quick 6% inside the last 2K for her now. Big switchback here. Oh, that says 16.9%. Down to 16.6 here. So she was not done with the hardest part of the course.
This is a very interestingly timed section, just over 1.5 kilometers to the finish, and we're into the high teens for gradient. So this is definitely going to shake things up in our chase group in our women's race, as well as in our men's B race.
And Godby got to stand up for this one, which we don't see a lot. Godby, with a triathlon background, doesn't get out of the saddle a whole lot, but Mount Sequoia forces even the best to stand up every once in a while. $1.4K for looking fresh as when she started an hour 56 ago. Some riders, you can see a slow, steady progression on the SIS zoom cameras from bright-eyed and bushy-tailed to beat down and sweaty, but Godby looks like she could go out for another 2 hours.
She really does. I think, we've talked a bit about her poker face. I think that that's definitely at play here, but I also think we're seeing those, plateaus coming back into her power profile. I think she's obviously doing the work, working very, very hard, trying to get in more shape for her upcoming championships, but there's also only so hard you can go when you don't have a competitor hot on your tail or, just up the road in front of you. So I think she might be a little bit more composed than she will be in these championship races in the next coming weeks, because there's not, that carrot dangling in front of her to really motivate her to find that sixth gear.
Godby going under the 1K arch as she continues to climb her way to the top of Mount Sequoia. 13% gradient now. Certainly not a fun way to end a day of virtual riding, but Godby gets up and over the climbs just fine and is going to ride her way to hold on to her undefeated streak in Season 3 of the Echelon Racing League. Unbeaten for Jackie Godby. She'll have the Experience Fayetteville Criterium tomorrow. And then on to the championship round, the national championships, and the world championships. Truly one of the best in the world at what she does.
Yeah,
Showing
I'm
again today.
Very excited to see how she shakes out at the World Championships later on this season.
When I first heard about esports racing, I thought it's going to take a lot to get me excited about the esports world championships, but I am super pumped to have Jackie Godby in our corner wearing the stars and stripes as she'll win day 2, the Mount Sequoia Road Race, hold on to her GC lead, and look to add more points in the Echelon Racing League as Godby wins day 2 and finally gets to use those aero bars for some rest.
She's been on the bullhorns all day. Now finally in the aero bars.
A high five from Cooper. We didn't mention, you can see her past winner's jersey hanging up on the wall behind her from her earlier season wins in the virtual Walmart Joe Martin stage race. So she'll have another one to add to her collection. Meanwhile, the Chasers at 4.2K getting ready to wrap up their day for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in our women's A race, the final race of the day. We've also got our men's B group out there finishing up, and looks like they'll be in just ahead of our women's group, and they are still together. Lopez, Gargillo, and Watkins hanging on. Looks like Watkins back to dangling off the back of this group. These guys have like very specific and clear character types. Lopez is the driver on the front. Watkins been going back and forth off the back all day. And then Gargillo Mr. Consistent hanging in here in the B group. So we're going to get treated to 2 finishes pretty close together, our men's B race and women's A race. Both groups of 3. Your men on the right and women on the left-hand side of the screen right now. So same thing here, Ellen. You either launch a big attack like we saw Zach Nair in the men's A race. You go from 1.5 or 2 kilometers out, something like that, or you just hold on and try and sprint it out. Just match the moves until the last few hundred meters and try and get ahead for the stage win. The GC is pretty much out of the question. None of it is going to be enough to catch Jackie Gobby. Bronwyn McGregor has almost a minute to play with back to 3rd place, as she sits in 2nd overall in the GC. So at this point, I don't see either of these 2 riders taking a minute on Bronwyn McGregor, so that means that they don't really have to worry about GC implications anymore, and all 3 of our women can pretty much focus on the stage win at this point.
Yeah, it's always interesting when that happens. You know, it can make for super interesting racing, having that GC kind of hanging over like we saw in our men's A race, but it's also kind of fun when there isn't really much that can be done against the GC, so it kind of is this great equalizer where McGregor doesn't, you know, have that much to lose, and yeah, it kind of just sets everyone up into the same playing field again, and just makes it really all about the stage win.
$2.5K to go for our women's A group. Men's B on this last little kick at a 7% gradient. They'll come off of that in a bit. And just waiting for the move to be launched. All right, so these riders at 2.5K to go, still trying to decide who's in charge in this group. But they still have this last big climb of the day, so that's going to slow them down a bit in the last 2.5K. But we'll keep an eye on the move. Meanwhile, Jackie Gobby, a race winner over in the SIS Zoom room with Daniel. Let's go grab a word with the repeat winner today of the Mount Sequoia Road Race.
I'm here now with Jackie Godby. Job well done. Incredible job yesterday too. How was it? It's a long one. Oh. Yeah. Hold on, you're muted.
Looks like we've got Jackie, I think, muted in our Zoom room.
There we go.
If we get her unmuted. There we go. Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah. So yeah, it's long. How was it?
It was extremely long, and oh man, I was feeling it from the start. You know, that 10-minute effort yesterday, I started feeling it straight out from the gate when that was the effort. You know, everybody took it out at, everybody wanted to go into that first hill holding, and you know, I felt like I'd already done the 10 minutes from last night before we even started the race. So it was long, but it was good. You know, I got the opportunity to settle in, to really dig my teeth into some of those hills, and then really, really enjoy the long downhill slopes. I think that's, you know, still one of the things I love about RGT and the physics is that you get to benefit from every hill you climb up. You get to enjoy that downhill, and oh, it feels good.
Yeah. So congratulations on be getting onto the Worlds team. How are you using this to prepare for that?
Well, the Worlds format, as most people may be aware, is going to be a series of 3 different races. And so if you are able to make the selection in each round of those races, it's going to be a very, very long race. You know, the first race, they're only taking the top 30. The second race, they're only taking the top 10. So in order to reach that final selection round, you're going to need to be able to have the endurance for what could be a 2-hour race. You know, you're going to still need to be able to put out that insane 8-minute climb in that middle race to make the final selection. And then in that final round, still be able to sprint and hold with the best in the world.
I think you got it in you. But what are your plans for tomorrow?
Toe the line and see what my legs have left. I really do enjoy the crit races. I think the enforced braking, we see a lot of really great sprints. And that's something I haven't gotten to do yet this weekend, is take out one of those 8-10 watts per kilo sprints and just let the pedals fly. So I hope tomorrow, I get the chance to do that, to really lay myself on the line and see what kind of watts we can put out.
All right, well, thank you so much. We believe in you, and back to you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you very much, Daniel, and congratulations to Jackie. Meanwhile, second place getting sorted out here on the course. Bronwyn McGregor on the attack. She's got Kim Miller with her, and Erin Ayala looks to have gone out of the back of this group, as was expected. Ayala going to be saving up for the Experience Fayetteville Criterium tomorrow, so she turns it over to her climbing expert teammate, Bronwyn McGregor, for the Velocity Vixen squad, trying to ride her way to a silver medal. So it's going to be New Zealand versus Germany for second place out here.
You know, this is kind of the effort that we were predicting from Bronwyn McGregor, just sort of waiting to see when it was going to happen. You know, if you have to gauge just off of how the riders look, Bronwyn McGregor looks so strong. She still looks remarkably fresh. It looks like Kim Miller is just working for it just a little bit harder than McGregor. So it's going to take a lot of freshness to be able to bring McGregor back at this point. I don't know if Miller's going to be able to do it, but still 750 meters left for it to be decided.
Erin Ayala has put the lights into warp speed mode as they make their way inside the last kilometer here. McGregor holding on to the gap. Miller starting to suffer. You can see her staring down that screen in front of her as McGregor takes her inside the last 500 meters. Ayala looks like she's about to take off into space. All systems go for the finishing sprint. McGregor did the work early. Didn't wait for it to come down to these last few hundred meters. Laid the hurt down from about 1.5 kilometers out. And looks like Bronwyn McGregor are going to hold on here at 150 meters to the line now. Been dominating Miller on the way up, but never over till it's over. Into the finishing stretch. Got the arch in sight. And a well-deserved second place for Bronwyn McGregor today. What a great ride for the Velocity Vixen rider. Kim Miller going to hold on for third place, the Rose Beast Mode team. And then looks like Erin Ayala should be good for fourth place on the day. The second Velocity Vixen rider inside the top 10. See the riders recovering. Miller paying the price today. McGregor relatively calm, warming down even after the finish. And
very impressive
as well.
I wonder if McGregor is going to have a little bit extra to give tomorrow during the criterium, given that it doesn't seem like she went all the way during today's finish. I think she did just what she had to do.
Well, that's going to make things very exciting for the Experience Fayetteville Criterium tomorrow. Again, the GC situation pretty much spoken for after most of the riders that needed to make time today failed time failed to bring any significant time back, I should say. So could be all about stage wins heading into the downtown criterium tomorrow. Julia Valkenhorst inside her last kilometer. And that'll round out the top 5 on today's stop.
Valkenhorst finishing up without too much pressure to keep the pace, as her nearest competitor in 6th is 4.5K behind her. So she really just needs to keep those pedals turning over in order to come across and claim 5th place.
Well, she can certainly be proud of it. Made the effort on Saturday morning, or I guess Saturday afternoon, evening in Germany for Julia Valkenhorst. But either way, the Rose Beast Mode team continues their consistent 2023 virtual campaign in the Echelon Racing League here, as Valkenhorst goes inside 300 meters to go now. And Valkenhorst in and done. What a sweet feeling after 2 hours and 14 minutes of riding. That'll round out your top 5 out there today, and that'll wrap things up at the Walmart Joe Martin stage race as Jackie Godby dominates the Mount Sequoia road race. And again, that takes us to just one final day of racing tomorrow. The Experience Fayetteville downtown Fayetteville Criterium, where riders conquer one of the more fun criterium courses of the year. All right, so Anders is going to be the last rider on course. She's got about 4K to go. We do know top 5 on the day, though, and we know that that's not going to change in the GC. So Godby will head into the final day here with a GC lead, and we do expect to see Bronwyn McGregor starting the day in 2nd place. Okay, I'm signing off here. All right, so just about all of our riders in. We will keep our eye on the rest of the times. Don't forget to join us back here at 10 a.m. start for our Experience Fayetteville Criterium tomorrow for Ellen Noble. My name is Brad Soner, saying thanks for watching, thanks for sticking with us, and we'll see you back at 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow for the final stage of the Walmart Joe Martin stage race.